Just quickly before I started the live stream, just been using this glitch thing to get a bit of money, which works out quite well because on live streams it's kind of nice to just be able to buy whatever I want and get on with whatever it is I'm doing instead of like then having to sidetrack and grind a bit of money. Rebel by Choice, morning, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Was that Monique Ackerman? Yo, how's it going, man? Again, yeah, good to have you joining us. Kenneth Russ, Wolf, hope all's well. I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? I think that, well, do you know what, I'll do one more. We'll get it over 200,000. Why not? Treat myself. Yeah, if only the menus were quicker. You could do this thing like every... I'd have it down to just a rapid button input. I'd just work out which buttons to hit, but at the minute I end up mashing the button more than I need to like scroll down the menus, hoping it'll somehow hurry it up. Monique, I don't know. I don't like this game. I like SnowRunner better. I think SnowRunner is better, definitely. But I also, funnily enough, I do think in some ways this game kind of makes SnowRunner show its age a bit. Like the graphics on this are definitely like the terrain and all the rest of it are higher quality. I think the being able to like release the winches as well, so you can lower yourself down cliffs and all that, the anchor points. There's things that are better in this game, but yeah, I absolutely agree. I think SnowRunner is a better game. Fallen from Heaven. I may as well go and do that one then, since I don't think I've got a whole lot done in my in this playthrough. Sorry, just see, this game is short. I can't answer that one because I've not even remotely got like that deep into the game yet, so I don't even know how long it's going to take. I'd imagine it's shorter than SnowRunner, but to be fair, in terms of hours, SnowRunner is an absolute monster. Like, I can't think of another game that would take longer than SnowRunner. Sorry, one sec, I'll just try and get it up on my phone so I don't miss any of the comments. Let's get a loaf. These metal detectors, they're sort of alright, but I suppose they're probably better than the ones in SnowRunner, but yeah, they're not the most fun thing really. I would like to find some of the upgrades. I think I did upgrade the loaf as much as I could. Right, metal detector, I needed someone else, an operator. Oh yeah, at least she makes the drone better. Although I probably won't use the drone tonight if I can help it, because I was using it the other day and it kept blue screen in my game. I'll take a bigger truck as well. Also, I want to know, has this thing got a high range gearbox now? For some reason. Yeah, so it was some kind of bug last week, because I haven't done anything, like, since last week, and it wouldn't let me have that high range, but I was saying at the time, like, on my normal playthrough, I did have high range on the Action SE. Turn that down. Right. Kenneth Russ. Monique, I agree. I can see it now. SnowRunner is way better due to this game is short. Yeah, again, I don't know about the shortness, but I do agree SnowRunner is better, definitely. The menus are cleaner. Yeah, well, not ironically, but I'd say SnowRunner feels like a quicker paced game than this. even though, like, in the scheme of things, SnowRunner isn't exactly, like, the quickest game. But again, I've only really been on this Arizona. I finally got it sort of mainly scouted, really. Yeah, I've not even been on that Carpathian map yet, which, again, I've not been on it, but when I clicked on it to look at the missions, it sort of shows you the map, and it looks like a green map, so I'm assuming it's between that little Colorado and then Arizona. There's quite a lot of oranginess, and, like, yeah. I think the Grand Canyon map, though, I don't think I've been on any of the others. They are pretty good looking maps. Money, plus not many trucks. Yeah, true. I also think, like, I don't know why they used a lot of, like, the most unpopular trucks in SnowRunner, really. It's almost like they thought, oh, well, we'll try again, and it's sort of like, nah, you probably... Like, I don't mind that they've used SnowRunner trucks, because, for example, the Loaf, like that alone, I'm glad Loaf is over here, but yeah, there's much better trucks in SnowRunner that I don't know why they didn't use them. They've kind of, as I say, gone for all the ones that didn't really get used, or all the ones that are really awkward to tip, like to tip back. The Yar, the Bandit, they've got the Marshall in there, which wasn't really much use in SnowRunner, but maybe it will be more in this game, because yeah, trucks kind of just overall most scouts in SnowRunner, except the goddamn professional, of course. What am I even doing with this thing? Let's put that on. At least the thing's got a roof rack already. Justin Lynch, hello, how's it going, dude? Monty Ackman, the Loaf is a goddamn horse. He certainly is. 4 packs up Wolf, how's it going, man? Oh shit, I'm supposed to click that. Provides outstanding. Yeah, see, like, that's another thing that I think is cool in this game. Like, there's more, it's more detailed and it's more nuanced, and I think in some ways that's not always a good thing, but I like the fact that, say, the different bumpers actually offer different crash protection and all that, because I remember testing that back in SnowRunner, and it was kind of like, why on earth did they offer the option to change bumpers, and then they don't even make a scrap of difference to, like, whether you crash and how much damage you take. And yeah, that seemed like a bit of a wasted opportunity. So again, like, to be honest, this game doesn't blow me socks off, but I do already feel pretty sort of excited about like, essentially SnowRunner 2. If you merged, like, the new better features of this game with just the general layout and how SnowRunner plays, yeah, I think that'll be a pretty damn good game. West Outpost, no. I don't know what, like, little things like this, I don't know why it tries to make everything go everywhere except the main base. It just logically make more sense, because then every time you unlock a new base, it suddenly starts recommending that one. So there's never like a system or an order. You just, every time you go on a map, it's like it starts putting vehicles wherever it likes. It'd make more sense to put them at the main operation base, one, because that's just where you start, and that's like your starting point, but also that has 4 parking spots, not 2. So, like I said, sometimes it'll already, like, try and send 2 vehicles to, say, the south outpost, but you might want another vehicle there, but now you've got to remove a vehicle. Yeah, you just got to start, like, playing a little maze game to yeah, to, like, work out where the trucks are. Find the descent from the top. Do you know what, I can't, even though I've done all these missions, it'll still be night time. When I clicked 3 times, it was already night. Right. I don't remember what I'm doing or where I'm going. Don't want to build them. I don't know why it's highlighting them so eagerly on the screen. Where the hell am I even going? The other thing is, as well, I think, with this Arizona map, I can't say about the others. I wish there was more reference points, kind of, when you go on the map, it's also just orange and cliffy. You don't really sort of recognise where the hell you are or anything half the time. I'm just going to start doing other missions because it's pretty vague. Find the descent from the top. As far as I can tell, it doesn't really give me much clue where to go or whatever. My best trucks I prefer using just my option, the Western Star, twisting the ANK38 and Western Star. Is that on the SnowRunner? Let's do this one. New friends, visit the first specialised area. Sounds a bit suspect. One. Also, like, I hope they fix this, but I won't hold my breath. The game keeps forcing you back into first gear in the gears. It's a pain in the arse. You're driving along somewhere like this that isn't even like, look, it's doing it now. You have to keep mashing the clutch. And it's not just the loaf. I've been driving a few vehicles, and it's been doing the same thing. The Carpathian doesn't seem to suffer from it as badly, since that seems to pick up sort of enough pace to... I've generally found that just yeeting the loaf off cliffs is a much quicker way to travel in this game. He's a goddamn professional. Jamie Bastian, hello Mr. Lone Wolf in chat, how's it going, dude? As well, I actually took some engine damage there when I landed upside down. I've been kind of doing this the last few days with the loaf, and generally if you flick him off sort of sideways and he goes on his roof, you mostly don't take any damage because there's not really anything to impact on the roof, but yeah, for whatever reason I did them. Look, yeah, it's just forced me into first gear. It's like, fucking got 5 of them. I wouldn't mind so much in mud and that, but when I'm driving on like bare rock. I've got fucking metal detector on, isn't it? Yeah, I think they do need to hopefully adjust the weight of the vehicles as well, because as you can see, other than flying off the cliff, even the loaf was already tipped over 2 or 3 times, and you're sort of driving along and you just bounce on like a little rock or the terrain or whatever, and it sort of pings you over pretty quickly. Rebel by choice. Monique, do you have you discovered mods yet? Yeah, on SnowRunner, mods are definitely the way to go. Oh well, again, I like playing the game like as nature intended, but yeah, like during the live stream, I do like the mod playthrough. I do like the mods a hell of a lot. You get to kind of, I don't know, not test, but experience like the extreme ends of the game mechanics, really, I suppose. When I first started SnowRunner, I immediately went to the hardest difficulty. Yeah, I've not done that on SnowRunner. I probably would have if it was available when it first came out, but once I'd started my main playthrough, I just, yeah, kind of stuck with that one. But I do like on SnowRunner, particularly, yeah, making videos and all the rest of it. I like the fact I can just change the time of day whenever I want. I assume on this game, changing the time of day wasn't going to be an option at first, because I'm sure either one of the, like those specialists or whatever you can add, I'm sure one of them says the ability to change the time of day, which obviously we can. See what I mean when I'm driving along there? It's like, get out of first fucking gear. But it ain't just the load, like, it does it in SnowRunner. It's kind of depending on what phase they've added. Sometimes it gets worse, sometimes it gets better. But yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the arse in this game, because it's pretty slow as it is, without the game being a twat. Yeah, I don't use mods, I'm not a mod person. Just another loner. Even Wolf, how's it going, dude? I find mods in SnowRunner make the game not fun. That makes it loads of fun. It's not enough. Yeah, because you don't have to, like, you can still keep all the engines vanilla and everything. You just get, like, better thought out options, really, on a lot of the mods. Go around bouncing. I like the fact that in this game there is quite a lot of climbing involved. Yeah, the load, for his size, he's pretty good at climbing. So what I mean, again, it's like, why am I going half a mile an hour game? It's not even a fucking, I'm not synced, my M5 could drive down here. A fucking lowrider could have drove down there. Yeah, there's a few other weird things that don't really make sense in this game. Like one of the specialists you can add, it says you take minus 100% or whatever water damage. So yeah, and that kind of negates the whole entire purpose of the snorkels, which I don't really care if it's there as an option. I'll use it as and when, like, if I'm really going to even bother venturing near the water or whatever. Hello game, the game. Yeah, but it just seems a bit pot. You can unlock snorkels for stuff, or you can just hire the manager for like $1,000 or whatever it is, and then you don't take damage anyway. I've already been floating around the rivers a bit with the load. It does float pretty well. Similar thing to SnowRunner, he kind of drives in, but then when it gets too deep and he would ordinarily sink, he then like bobs to the top, and yeah, I kind of just went floating down this river somewhere over there. I made it to the other side though, so I had already made it to the other side at that point, but I wanted to see if I could with a load, and I did. River by choice. How long have you been playing? Since it first come out. Me too, getting Bastion. I'm finding this game more comparable to Mudrunner than SnowRunner. What do you think? Yeah, I'd agree with that. Certainly, it does feel like a step back with the just how you have to keep deploying to each map. Like that's sort of what Mudrunner did, but I could understand it more with Mudrunner, especially like these days. That game's been out like 10 years or whatever it is. SnowRunner felt like sort of an improvement, as in you can stay on the maps obviously as long as you want or whatever. And yeah, I don't really know why like they've gone back to the way this is. It's not the end of the world. On the other side of it, it's like, not that it keeps things neat, but every time you just, if you're done for the day, you just hit return to headquarters, it brings everything in, sells all your stuff, which personally I think that, yeah, I'm not a massive fan of the like, the thing I don't like about the way the money system works is it's without seriously kind of like almost getting a notepad out and trying to figure it out. Like when you go on each, like you deploy to the map, I sort of, it's like, I don't know if I'm in the mood to do 1 mission or 5 missions, but then when I'm hiring the managers and whatnot, or specialists, whatever they're called, in the end, it's like, well, fuck it, I'll just hire all of the ones that give me the best bonuses. And... yeah, but like I say, I might be on the map only for one... I might only do one mission. I might be on there for 5, I might be on there for an hour, I might be on there for 5 hours before I recover, just all sorts of stuff. So, you can't really plan it well, to where you may end up, like, doing a mission and then realising, oh, fuck, I should have hired that manager or whatever. And yeah, like that, it just, in the end, it's like, you can't be very neat and sort of clever about money saving or whatever, which is why I think, like, yeah, that glitch where you can just dupe some money is, yeah, pretty handy. I did see, because I've done that glitch video, someone did say on there that they've said they're going to patch it out, and then they're going to take back the money. Oh, it's a gateway. Yeah, they're going to take back the money that people have glitched, which, good fucking luck to them trying that. I think that'll go down terribly, because I'll be roasting them for a start. Like, release your game in a working state, and then people won't be able to exploit money out of it. Like, that's their loss if they don't do the necessary game testing. Yeah, I'm still using the bug. I've still been generating more money. To be honest, this is a bit of a shit mission to start. I sort of remember doing this last time. It is kind of... It's not even in like a decent part of the map that... I've not really been over here other than these missions. I'll get this one out of the way, it's just because then it unlocks, like, frees up a bit more stuff. So yeah, if they're talking about like removing people's money, that's yeah, like fix all the bugs first. But I just don't agree with that on principle. Like, I've paid for the game, it's mine. If they start trying to fuck around with how much money I've got and all the rest of it, then yeah, I might see if I can get it refunded. Fuck around with the amount of money they've got. If it keeps going. I'll say that as I put it in high and it stalls. Done. 6,800. Right. Oh yeah, she's quite handy because the selling price thing. There's like, not a bug with that, but when you go to Little Colorado and you get that anchor that's like you can keep collecting it and it's worth 5 grand. If you hire that manager and she's £1.50, it says plus 30% to the selling price, but the price of that anchor is actually 10 grand, not 5 grand. For what, you know, just when you're on the maps, like it sells stuff back at half price. But because she gives you plus 30% to the selling price, it actually gives you plus 30% to the 10 grand price. So then if you hire her and then get that, just that anchor alone that's like near the Little Colorado main base, you can sell it for 8 grand instead of 5, which, yeah, she cost £1.50, so you basically make an extra £1.50 each time. Then obviously if you go and get like the other anchors and jack screws and all the rest of it as well, you'll make even more. But yeah, it's adding 3 grand when obviously it's only a 5 grand winch, but yeah, it's because the game must still count it as like a 10 grand winch. Oh, it's over there. I'll tell you what, in that case then. Let's get a different vehicle. Yeah, let's try this one. So like now, for example, well, it'll probably let me transfer, I think, free the first time. But if I keep transferring, it'll start charging me money. And yeah, it's just like, well, I don't know. I might change my mind about where I want to go. And I don't mind, I just mean as in like, I don't know, now I've got like that money duping glitch thing. I've banked a bit of money, and yeah, I don't really want to live life kind of thinking, every time I want to deploy, like, oh god, which managers do I take and all the rest of it. Generally speaking though, yeah, that one that gives you the 30% asking price, but like a bit of an odd name. It's like Zimbabwe Aardvark. That'll do. My friend can grab a horrible truck. Which truck's that? German Bastion. Mudrunner is still about logging, not scouting. You spend even less time in menus than SnowRunner. Let alone this game. Yeah, but I get what he means though, as in like each map you sort of deploy to it, do the missions you're going to do, and then you sort of recover each time, whereas SnowRunner is a lot more open-ended. It's just like you're on a map, you're kind of permanently on the map in a way, kind of until you've completed the whole map. And I don't really see like the game to making it where you're deploying that on this game, because again, I don't mind it as such. It just seems like a bit of unnecessary sort of faffing around versus why not just start us at the main base, and then yeah, you just go to the main base and hire managers or whatever. But it is what it is. Like I say, on the bright side, it does sort of just in one hit of the button, it does recover everything, whereas SnowRunner in theory, like if you had a few vehicles on maps that haven't got garages, now you've got to keep returning each one to the garage and then loading back up to that map just to grab another vehicle, and that's can be a bit of a pain in the arse. Yeah, this truck's pretty good as well. Like, this is the SE version, but even like the normal Axiom feels pretty good. But yeah, it feels like quite a nice truck, starting truck for this game. Like the wheels on it are pretty big, so it's not too bad at climbing. What's this? Explore. Gonna use the stupid drone. Well, I'm going to try not to. I don't know how recent it is with a drone bugging and crashing the game, but if it crashes my game, it'll just immediately end the live stream, so kind of got to be a bit careful about it. Which, yeah, like the drone, is not inherently like a terrible feature, because the maps are very, like, good-looking scenic maps. Being able to fly around with a drone. The thing I just don't like about it is that they've sort of purposely made the drone crap. That you can then improve it by hiring the managers, but yeah, it's just like, well, now we have to start off with, like, a purposely terrible, slow-acting drone. And then yeah, on top of that, the other day, like I said, when I was driving around using the drone, and then it was blue screen in my game, so it obviously like crashes it, and then when I reload, it load me like back sort of thing. So I'd have the same bit of map not explored that I had just explored, and then it'd crash again, and all sort. Yeah, it pretty much wasted my entire night. Which is another reason, like grinding that money using the tyre glitch. The game already owes me hours of money because of the amount of times it blue screened me because of the stupid drone. So even that, like if I just went and kept deploying to Little Colorado and getting those anchors, for several hours, I'd have hundreds of thousands anyway. But instead, I wasted my night flying around a stupid slow drone. Crashing my brain. My game. Right, we'll get in there. They've obviously made it awkward with like these steps and that to get up. They want me to use the drone. Scottish channel with ItsMrLoneWolf. Hope you're having a great night. I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? Does this loaf act like the loaf from SnowRunner? Yeah, but I'd say at the minute it's not fully upgraded, so it's obviously slower than that at the minute than like the full fat version in SnowRunner. But it definitely does feel loafy. So yeah, I've kind of got a good hopes for that one. I do anyway for the loaf, but yeah, like I was glad to see the loaf in the game, but I was thinking, yeah, I hope they don't ruin it in the process, but it does feel pretty good. By the way, I did this the other day as well. This is another bug, and it kind of slammed my truck into the ground, and my rear axles were then stuck in the ground. Only happened to me once, and to be fair, it wasn't the end of the world because I wasn't really doing much on the game by that point, and I was about ready to recover to the headquarters or whatever it is anyway. But yeah, still didn't help. Stage complete. Like, see this mission, I know what to do now, but it didn't explain anything. It's like, why would I know to start scrolling the drone or whatever it is over here to scan that area? And then now, it's like, what? They're just gonna keep waving it around until I find something. Oh, I can see little pulses on the screen, so it does help a bit. Which again, it'd be nice if it kind of hinted that that might happen. Broke all the tyres and that on this. Did I? When did I do that? Do I have any repairs or do I? That'll do. So, well, apparently this thing's already been smashed to pieces. Goddamn horse. Throws himself off cliffs on a professional basis and he still keeps going. Yeah, I mean, like, stuff from this game, I definitely like the anchors. I would like to see those in SnowRunner. Or again, like, at this point, I think it'd be a cleaner, better option just to make SnowRunner 2, sort of get the whole player base back from, like, at the same starting point and all the rest of it. But yeah, stuff like that, I do think is pretty cool. Been able to already do, like, some pretty fun things, sort of, yeah, Mission Impossible lowering myself off the cliffs. It's not low back to an upgrade. I might be punishing myself, but I refuse to use mods. I want the vanilla experience from start to finish. Yeah, that's why I have like 2 separate playthroughs, because I definitely want to, yeah, play the game like as intended. But at the same time, mods are fun, so again, it just works out better. Why do I keep... How's my suspension damaged again? I been taking big fat hits of that? I've not noticed any I've taken. I'm sure I compared that to a yellow kind of state. See, it was just doing the thing like where it's trying to force me in first gear in this truck as well. This one has a more punchy high gear though, like the trucks do versus these scouts. Which I don't know why, because realistically, like say the Cotco Canyon, for example, I'd eat this thing for breakfast in real life. Like, on speed, that's the one thing where scouts should be the quickest. That's like the only thing they've really got in their favour is like... they're essentially like a car, not a truck. Whatever my choice, I'm sticking with SnowRunner. Yeah, true. Like in the long term, like I'm going to be going back to SnowRunner. I'm obviously checking this game out because it's new and all the rest of it, but yeah, SnowRunner is definitely just like a, I don't know, a more playable game, sort of pick up and play. This one, yeah, it's quite nuanced. In some ways, though, it's very detailed. It's more in depth, I'd say, like with the off-roading, and it's more well, yeah, you can see like on this map, I can't really say with the rest, but there's not really any roads or anything anywhere. It's kind of some sort of more serious off-roading. Whether that's necessarily a good thing. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. See, like, I just opened the menu and it opened up somewhere over here. Like, why? This is what I mean. If they have the audacity to try and patch out everyone's money when there's various bugs and just things that need polishing in this game, it'd be a pretty bad idea. Mike, I really don't know the point of having big semis in this game. It's literally a scout game, pretty much. Yeah, I've not even unlocked them or got to them or really had any missions where I think I'd need to use them. They seem to be like, say a truck, for example, you can hold more cargo and all the rest of it, but as of yet, I haven't really had any like heavy cargo missions kind of thing. I don't mean like heavy cargo, but I mean where there's like a lot of cargo. It's like a really sort of cargo focused mission. So yeah, for the most part the scouts seem fine. Like this truck though is kind of bordering sort of between a small truck or a pack scout. The Lodestar, I don't think that's as good in this game. Maybe when I've got it fully upgraded, but it just feels a bit too like fat and square and low slung. It seems to just get stuck more than anything. So I've used it a bit, but not a lot, because yeah, just better vehicles in the game to use, really. It does look quite nice at night. I like the fact that it's, even though it is night, there's still enough like brightness in the sky to yeah, you can actually see what you're doing and all the rest of it. Like, even if I was to make a video, you can still see all the background and everything. It's not just like a black screen near enough with, and then seriously bright headlights in the middle of the screen. Right, unlocks South Outpost. At least that one's done. I'll continue, but I may end up recovering pretty soon. See what's next. Depends. Yeah, I think this is like another thing. Oh no, contracts. Oh no, tasks. I can't remember actually. Was the Fallen from Heaven in it? No, I don't think it was. I think there's like, I can't see these tasks until I'm on the map, but then the other ones or something I can't see until I've sort of returned to the headquarters. Right, I have the map sort of rotated this way. I don't even know if it is the right way, but I've kind of had that. Trek away that one. Yeah, so it's cost me £3 there to recover. Again, not the end of the world, because even without the glitch I could go on to Little Colorado and just grab an anchor. But yeah, at that point it's like, just why not charge me? And then I won't have to arbitrarily just repeat a mission. Just scavenging, blow himself down with an anchor. What it's worth as well, I think they need to make this circle bigger that you can add an anchor. Plus, we'll see if it does it now. See if I want to put the anchor down the cliff. Yeah, look, see how it stops me there? Even though the circle goes down the cliff, I think because it's a cliff, it just won't let me go down there, and I think that's a bad idea because it's just anti gamery. Like, it's fun to place anchors all over the place. Like, they should just scrap the idea of like you can't put it in solid rock or whatever it is, and yeah, not letting you kind of drop it off a cliff. Or like in the opposite sense, I wouldn't be able to put it on top of that cliff now if I wanted to go back up. Obviously that one's already there. Oh, now it's going to want me to build. I wonder if I can cross it, I should be able to, but I assume, yeah, it's going to make it a bit awkward because you should build a bridge. In that case. See there, for example, I'll just open the map, it starts lunging off over this way. Yeah, I don't like that. You should just open the map where you are. Back here, so in the bases you have got kind of a stack of spare parts each time you deploy. So we'll liberate that base of them. As well, I could build one of these. Storage. And as you can see, now my little sideboard thing at the back's got like the yellow tarp and ratchet straps and that over it. Go back to that other mission. So, oh yeah, this is also. Oh no, I've already got 350. do go. Might as well fix everything. And then some more. So I needed 150, so I've got enough. Build the bridge. Well, I'll try to kill the truck on the way down there. Let's see though. The slope looks a bit better. I'll change it to daytime, just so we can actually see what's going on a bit more. Yeah, I mean, stuff like this. The map is definitely a very good looking map. Yeah, there's a guy in the comments called Gerard Bonus that was saying, apparently, like, say I've just built this bridge now, if I return to the headquarters or whatever and redeploy to the map later, that yellow square will be there again. And I said before, like, don't, like, re-give it more points, because it sort of says, like, it'll take another 150 spare parts off me, but it doesn't actually build, like, it doesn't do anything else, because I've already built the bridge. Apparently it was supposed to, like, you can pay again and it'll build a bigger bridge and all the rest of it, but for whatever reason that's not happening in the game at the minute, so that's probably something they will add in the future, unless they've completely scrapped the idea. But yeah, apparently there's an update, like, coming next week or something, which might hopefully fix a few bugs and issues. Probably a bit too late to hold out hope for, like, the kind of sketchy, poorly designed layout of the menu. It'd be nice, but yeah, don't do it. Go that. I don't even know if that's the right way, but I'm choosing. Right. Hopefully they add a time of day to the game as well. After completing this game, I went back to SnowRunner and had trouble getting the hang of the controllers again. Keep hitting RB. Jamie Bastion. What? You already completed this game? Slacking on it. I feel like I've been on it for... I'm pretty sure I've been on it like every night. There was one night I didn't make a video because the drone kept crashing, like blue screen in the game. So I kept losing the footage. That was the main pain in the arse. Like, obviously every time it blue screens, I can't save the footage at that point. It just doesn't offer me the option. I walked a bit last time. Also. For the start of tonight's live stream, there's a lot of awkward missions. I'm sure I've done some missions on this game that are a bit more flowing than this one. Reaper710, hey, my favourite Saturday night streamer. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for joining us. Scottish Earth. I just can't imagine paying so much for this game
without many features. Maybe in a few months, once more maps are added and they update the game a time or two, might be worth the price.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's worth 70. That's like for the Supreme Edition or whatever it was. But yeah, I don't think there is enough going on in this game to be like a full-on priced game, and they've used trucks from SnowRunner, which, again, I don't mind. And I don't think that inherently means like it shouldn't be worth 70 or whatever. But yeah, I don't think there is enough going on so far. But yeah, once they've done like various updates, and then there's the year 1 pass stuff and all that, like there should be more to come. How the hell did I get up there last time? Probably just kept going around that way. I do vaguely remember that kind of red water. Probably not. I know a mission later on says something about investigating the red water or something, so that'll be where it is. Future reference. I'll probably forget in a few minutes. While it lasted. Bleaker. Hey Mr. Wolf, I hope you're doing enjoying expeditions, haven't got game. I think I'll wait for a decent sale rather than pay full price. Yeah, I definitely think that's worth it at the minute. Or just the base game, like I suppose then you'll have to, in theory, buy the, what do you call it? Year pass and that separate, but the SE versions of the trucks, especially like if there is a way to glitch the money or whatever, you can pretty quickly just buy yourself like, for doing like the second mission in the game, you unlock a Don 71 and a Step 310 anyway. Yeah, and what's the other vehicle you get? I don't remember the other vehicles now. But either way, like, yeah, I think you could easily play the game like without that Pioneer pack and all the rest of it. It's handy as in like, I still don't mind that I've got it, because it is just extra vehicles. I'd rather have them, I suppose, than not have them. Jesus Christ, seems to be tipping a fucking lot tonight. Tip more times tonight already than I have since we've been playing this bloody game. Could just be me, but it feels a lot bouncier. Than I've kind of noticed before. I know it was a bit bouncy and tippy before, but it feels tyres are just kicking off every single rock. I'm just getting a bit unlucky. They remove money, that'll be a game killer. Yeah, big time. Like, I will kick off if they start touching on money. That's like the sort of shit. Yeah, it's like Ferrari where they try and sue people that have, I don't know, I've modded their Ferrari or whatever. Yeah, like I've paid for the game, so one, I kind of feel like I'll do what the fuck I want on it. But yeah, secondly is like, it's not our problem. If they release the game with bugs in it that we can exploit, that's their fuck up. Like, test your games better and get all the bugs out before you release the game. It's pretty simple as far as that goes. And yeah, I don't know how true or serious that is. Yeah, I suppose we'll see, but I definitely think that will not go down well. There'll be a lot of people kicking off. It's one thing, I don't like this in SnowRunner either, but I'm in low, and it's not a low gear, it's just a rev cap. Like, I could in theory climb up here, but I just don't have the revs now. then you put it in auto, and obviously I have the revs now, but now the wheels aren't coordinated. Send the loaf in for this one at this rate. This is why you do generally send in the loaf. Stupid fucking menus. Hoping it might help with the back end up, the front might be able to handle it, but maybe not. Right. I'm basically stuck here now, because even though I've paid for a whole engine, I just haven't got the revs. Can be. And that is another thing I think they should change on this game, is like, you see now my bumper's hooking in. It's a bit of a bad choice to do Grand Canyon, and 90% of the map is little cliff edges, but then your bumper digs in every time you try and climb up a cliff. I think they should make it like a bit more chilled on digging in. And if they don't want you climbing up cliffs, then I don't know, why add a map pretty much entirely composed of cliffs. My engine will probably die in a minute. So again, the loaf, you can do the winch, like, or an autonomous winch. Alright, fuck off, I'm just going to go and get a different vehicle. Well, let's try the Cock Cove thing. Is it this one? Fucking hell, game. What was it, the south one? I think. That's the one we're going to. Do you know what, I'm just recovering because I haven't even got the fucking right gearbox in this or anything. Yeah, I wonder when we're getting that vehicle. Like, is that a Jeep that's in the main picture? But whatever it is, we don't have it at the minute. Otis Tank 420, what a horse. He certainly is. Yeah, I do like the fact that they not only added the loaf, but was able to bag him up pretty quickly as well. Alright, let's do this thing up. I thought I already had it done, but we'll see that's on the other playthrough. That's already got, yeah, it's got the rock crawler kit because I've already used the bug. For the most part, I found spare parts to be handier than fuel. Depends how long, obviously, you're going to stay on the map, but generally speaking, because you've got like those bridges and that ask for spare parts, if they were asking for fuel, then fuel would probably become pretty handy, but yeah, for the most part, I have run out of fuel, but as well, I was kind of like opened the menu. I think I was flying the drone around, just all sorts, and obviously my engine was running the entire time, so I think I just mainly drained it. Or what's it telling me? Like something going on there. Let's get a tyre. It's not that though. Is it something to do with a mission? Or have I got to do a metal detector maybe? What? Oh yeah, fuck that one. Portable meteor station. Get the obligatory loaf, in fact. Let's get him some. To be fair, the loaf rarely ever needs. You may as well probably take 2 lots of anchors instead of the jack screws, because his winch works, even if you've, say, rolled upside down. Yeah, the jack screws are probably not really worth it. Yeah, I think that's the guy that you get like 100% less water damage, so basically none. Gateway to Cocaino, or whatever it is. What actually is it? Coco Nino. What other vehicle? Tell as well, I could take this out. The Don's actually not that bad. When it's got like its mud tyres on and all that. Don't know how the hell I'd be the fine tune. Oh yeah, I think that's because I tested it last week. I got the extended winch. That was all I really was checking. Oh, we need 2. Things, meteor station, or whatever it is. See, now when I click deploy, there's a chance it's got the right bases, but there's a definite chance it hasn't. So Don and the Loaf. It's that south outpost. Where does it want this mission? Doesn't really tell me. See, stuff like this, I'm doing a mission, but it's not telling me where it is. But it will once I deploy. Which then I may end up not being at the base I wanted to be at. But see now, like, say that south outpost has got the Don and the Loaf. If I wanted to take the Cotco Canyon there, I can't now just transfer to the south outpost because there's already 2 vehicles there, so then I'd have to go to like the Don, and then, but if I had both vehicles at that west outpost, which I think it probably was, like you end up having to move everything around. Whereas if they just deployed everything at the main base, it would make a lot more sense. Scottish Channel, I thought the same thing. We paid a lot of money for the size of the game and maps. To be honest, I've not seen all the maps or anything yet, so I can't say on that, but obviously it's sounding like it's shorter than I thought. That's what she said. Not about me, though. Rebel by choice. Fuck Joe Biden. Had to get that in. It's got to be done. Every map in SnowRunner needs a garage. Yeah, I agree with that big time. Yeah, even if you have to build it. They do. That's stuff like that I'm kind of at least hopeful for the future of SnowRunner and all that. If they do a SnowRunner 2, and they do stuff like, yeah, keep basically SnowRunner. Don't fuck around with the menus or any of that stuff. But, yeah, a garage on every single map. Stuff like the anchors. See, I've got the right stuff, but you know now I've just set off and it says you're starting an expedition without the required equipment. It's like, you could have told me that before I deployed. Again, it's only because I'm in like the different truck, but I'm sure there was something I did the other day where I actually, it said something about I haven't got the right equipment, and then yeah, I had to recover again, and it was like, well, fucking hell, game. Could have just said before I deployed. But it might have been a mission I activated while I was in. I can't really remember now, to be honest. I've been yeah, I've played this game like, I've played the first missions, like the tutorial and all sorts, 3 or 4 times on different playthroughs. And yeah, as of yet, I haven't really got like properly stuck into the game as much as I'd like. Can you rob any supplies? No, plate's already fattened up. Let's see, this like gears game. Just sit there fucking mashing L1. Eventually the game gets the hint and it doesn't really have time to drop it out of first. Go on, man. Someone's making it, see? And he died at the end. Sad. Sad moment. Nah, to be fair, like this game can roll every 2 seconds. It speeds it up. See, he probably took some damage, but none of his car parts are not damaged enough to be showing up anyway. Could have made these bridges straight. Right. Oh yeah, we're going that way. Where am I? Yeah, I think I'm pretty certain I did go round this way last time. But funny enough, I do think I did it in low, not the axiom. If I had an anchor, I would have been able to get up there, but yeah, without them. But it does piss me off in this game, yeah, and SnowRunner, that the low gears are not low gears, they're just rev caps, which is a pretty shit idea, really. That's another thing as well, trees, they need to make them less, they grab onto your vehicles and hang on for dear life. Like SnowRunner used to be, really. I think the trees have calmed down a little bit in SnowRunner. There's still a bit beast mode in SnowRunner too. But yeah, these ones remind me of like SnowRunner, sort of day 1 SnowRunner, where the trees were absolute psychopaths. Justin Lynch, Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball, died on Monday. Yeah, I saw that. It's, I didn't watch. I've seen Dragon Ball, but not a hell of a lot of it. I was definitely more Pokemon was my one. But I do like. One of my brothers watched Dragon Ball when he was younger, and yeah, it's definitely a biggie. Like, I know that was a bit of a monster cartoon. Well, it probably still is. I just, yeah, sort of missed the boat on it, really. Never really got on it when it first came out. And then, yeah, like I say, I was more... Pokemon was my thing at the time. He was young as well, wasn't he? He was only like 68 or something. There's something weird with the game mechanics there. I don't know, like, my loads are just flicking backwards in some weird way. But I think it's to do with the hitboxes. Oh, this is good. Like, Loaf's anchors, he gets way more room to put an anchor out. What a goddamn horse, I never even realised. Even more of a professional. Yeah, whatever it is going on there, I don't know, but the hitboxes are just don't line up with the actual rocks. It's a bit of a stupid thing to put in the game if it's not going to act how it looks. One thing I liked with the loaf, I went to fire a winch out, there were no winch points, and then he just randomly doubled his horsepower and climbed up.
Bleaker, the scan mini-games
Seem like tedious BS. That flying drone one is a load of bollocks, I think. The one where you gotta hit it and get like the bar in time, I don't mind that one, as it's like just extremely simple. Again, it's a weird thing to go for, though. I just noticed I may as well activate Ancient Knowledge. No? What do you mean? What? Now it won't let me track it? What, is it because I've deployed for that other mission? What a fucking... I didn't even know that, but... I'll get back to the loaf in a sec. I'll just drive over and get this thing done, whatever it is. Yeah, I didn't even realise that so far. That's pretty stupid. And I suppose I probably should have just deployed free roam, but just figured while I'm there I may as well activate one of the missions. But yeah, I didn't realise it now forces you to do that one first. This is going great, isn't it? Right, not attempt number 2. Rebel, I'd like to see SnowRunner just keep adding new phases. I don't mind that, but I think I'd just rather a SnowRunner 2, because I reckon there's stuff they'd update, like, I don't know, or yeah, add stuff like the anchors and that, and hopefully there'd be more of a chance that they'd fix the like the winches, how quick or like how weak they are these days, the cranes. But that said, like SnowRunner, yeah, I could happily keep playing it. I like the game. It's the same, I don't know, yeah, like Grand Theft Auto or something. I like the game, or say Gran Turismo. I could sort of just, yeah, play them indefinitely, really, because I just like the concept of the games enough. But yeah, if they kept adding phases, like, it's new stuff to do, then in theory it could just keep going. But yeah, stuff like the anchors as a prime example, like, they've obviously had the idea because they've put it in this game. They could theoretically put it into SnowRunner, but they probably won't until they do a SnowRunner 2. Oh yeah, I remember doing this last time. Let's go up there first.
mission too bad. Ace plays, the step is terrible, at least without the rock crawler suspension and the big tyres.
Yeah, I've noticed it's more just like, yeah, understeery. And I think they've, whether it, like a bug, I suppose technically, when you put the rock crawler suspension on, I reckon the front end of the truck just bottoms out, and when you switch to the vehicle, or if you switch to the like the rock crawler suspension and all that, and it sort of shows you the vehicle. Yeah, I reckon I don't know, like there's a bug, and I don't think the suspension's supposed to bottom out as much as it does. Well, it's either a bug or a mistake. If it's supposed to bottom out that much, then yeah, that kind of defeats the purpose. But if you actually look at it, you have more suspension travel and room under your wheel arches with a stock suspension than you do with the rock crawler. Or I assume the lift kit as well. What? I'll just say do something. Start scanning, right? So, why does the fucking option disappear after a second? No, I just mashed the button as soon as I was there. Yeah, these ones I don't mind too bad. Again, I couldn't really give a shit whether they're in the game or not, but I don't really mind these. Yeah, that drone one though, where you're hovering over, it doesn't even tell you you're in a drone or anything, or to start hovering it around. An item. It's nice of you to tell me, game. See what I mean? Look, don't take any damage because I land on my roof. And generally, you make it back to your wheels. Or well, like if you land on your roof, chances are if you tip sideways, like you've got enough momentum to then roll back on your wheels. Obviously if you land on like uneven terrain and all the rest of it, or you get a bit unlucky and you're propped up against a rock, etc., then it won't. But yeah, I've been mainly the loaf flying off the cliff, but I have done this one as well, and as you can see, yeah, you can land roof first. I'd use the anchors more often, but obviously I've only got 5. If it had let me buy one of those anchors that are you can keep removing out the ground after you're done with it, I'd get one of them and I'd use it more. But yeah, the disposable ones are just well, as you can see earlier, like I ran out yeah, and then ended up recovering, so I may as well, if I can just drive off a cliff, it's not really going to punish me, then that's what I'm doing. I haven't killed a tree yet. It said they are breakable, but I don't know. I have yet to have broken one. What about the items? Oh fuck, it's gonna be them stupid fucking meteor things, isn't it? We're gonna be on attempt number 4 or something in a minute. Right, a degree off. I've not done it yet, but I'm sure at some point I'll use one of those jack screws and kind of drop down and then tip over again immediately. And yeah, have to use another one. I was sort of going to the other location, but maybe we'll go to this one. Oh, this one first. High gear. I like in this game as well, the high gear is generally more relaxed than it is in SnowRunner. There is some exceptions in SnowRunner that are pretty chilled, but yeah, in this game you can basically stop and it'll just keep wheel spinning. That seems to be like pretty consistent. It's only really once you let off the revs and just completely sort of let the engine idle and then you try and floor it in high gear that it isn't too happy about it. Scottish Unearth, now you have to find a new jump to end your streams on the game. That's true. This one actually doesn't seem too bad. But yeah, we'll have to find like the biggest cliff possible on this game. Again though, this has got to be pretty far up there. That's what I said. Oh, we are going cliff diving again. A bit of damage on that one, however, did land it. Cartwheel. Points. Yeah, like I say, when I can get them recoverable anchors. Until then, cliff diving. The most useful scout in SnowRunner is the F750. All the scouts are capable of at least pulling trailers, just make them more useful. But F750 in this game, yeah, it'd be a pretty cool one to see in this game. I was saying that I don't think we even have trailers in this game, or at least not yet that I know of. But yeah, just in general, like, I think the F750 would actually fit into this game quite well. Yeah, plus like, say on this game, the sort of more detailed customization of the roof racks and all the rest of it, and taking like side mounted racks and all that. Or yeah, the bumpers that offer varying degrees of crash protection, but then also have, like, some of them you can put a spare wheel on that and all sorts. Yeah, I like that about this game. Like I say, I think there's definitely a bunch of things that are objectively like an improvement on SnowRunner, or I'd at least like to see them in SnowRunner in the future. But yeah, SnowRunner is undoubtedly like the better game. Yeah, if they'd just stuck to like the SnowRunner recipe a bit more and kind of combine the two, I think it could have been a better game. But that said, I don't think it's a bad game or anything. I don't feel like I've wasted my money. I don't think it is, say, worth 70, but I'm not really bothered. I got it kind of day one, early sort of release and all that, so I suppose you sort of pay a bit extra for that. No, continue. Right, now can I track ancient knowledge? Which is all I wanted to do in the first place. No. Why? Does anyone know why I can't track and do that mission? Because I'm pretty sure I was doing it earlier. In fact, can I track any mission then? Or is it following that one? Stop tracking. I'm not sure if that mission's bugged. It won't let me track that one. It'll let me do this one apparently. I don't know what the deal is with that. It's not happened to me so far in my normal playthrough. Well, I'll go and look at these ones. Rangefinder. I'm guessing I don't have. So again, return to headquarters. Yeah, this is probably the one where I thought, well, it'd be nice if you could just get them without having to basically start from scratch. Rebel, I like the AGL 750. Yeah, that's true. That is a good mod. Donny Weaver. Hello, Mr. Lone Wolf. Good to see you. Yeah, and you dude. Cheers for popping in. I think I'm a bit behind on the comments. Servant of Christ. Hi, sorry I'm late. Just noticed you were on. Nice to see you again. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, no, it's all good. Scotty Chenoweth. Why change the console controls and menus? It's a SnowRunner game. It's in the name, so it wouldn't be a bad thing to keep the same control menus for the game. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why the hell they changed it. Well, my gut feeling is... excuse me. Basically, the people who sort of made the game, their goal, their mission from their boss is to make a game, but it wasn't like... Their goal wasn't to enjoy the game or play the game long term or kind of feel out how you'd set everything out based on like a gamer's perspective. Their goal was make a game, and then they've made a game, but they haven't really put... You can sort of tell they don't really play it. They're paid to make games, not play them, if that sort of makes sense. And yeah, I think they fucked up on that, because... it makes no sense. Like, a lot of us have got this game and we also play SnowRunner, and yeah, making like two different menus, but it's enough the same game that it feels familiar enough that yeah, you're just naturally going to press triangle to fire a winch out. Whereas obviously if I played Gran Turismo, I'm not going to keep going, oh fuck, I keep trying to fire a winch out, like, because it's just a different game. But yeah, this game is like way too similar to then randomly change all the way the menus work. And for the most part, it's not a... yeah, it's not for the best. Like, say the winches, when you access them in the game, you have to go sideways on that menu. You can't just press triangle. Oh, sorry, you can press triangle. It's up on the D-pad. What does up on the D-pad do again? Is that the... yeah, like changing you to first-person view or something? It's like, why... yeah, why waste such an important controller input on that? No offense to it, like, but it's not like we urgently need like instant ability to switch to first person view, really, which we had anyway in SnowRunner. So basically I've got to do all this again because I just needed some rangefinders. I may as well take... I don't necessarily always need 4 vehicles, but to be honest, I just take like as many as I can, just so if I end up needing them, you never know. Probably would like the sideboard on this. Is this my SE one? Yeah. Expanded parking. Does that expanded parking actually do anything? Other than... I think you can get tyres from there or something. Or does it like let you park more vehicles at these outposts? Should be nice. Again, like... So I can't... If I press back, it's going to delete all my trucks. But if I did go back, it will show me on the map what this mission wants me to do. But then I'll have to reselect all these 4 vehicles and resupply them and everything. But now when I deploy, it's not telling me where the mission is. So I don't know which base is worth starting from. So I may as well just deploy. I'll figure it out when we're there. Yeah, stuff like this is like... Did anyone there? Like, I don't think they did. Like, none of them played this game and said to themselves, yeah, this layout is stupid. Like I say, their job was to make a game, and as soon as they made it, it's like, done, move on to the next project. But, yeah. They perhaps... Which is, like I say, one reason when I heard that they're apparently going to patch it and sort of take everyone's money. That definitely won't go down well. But yeah, doubly so when they just haven't even sort of... There's elements that you can tell they haven't even tested. Arrive at the place of departure of the biochemist. Is this the one, yeah, where I needed the rangefinder things? In which case... Was it this truck? Yeah, I think. Oh well, at least it's in the right outpost. That up with even more spare parts. I want to borrow them. Yeah, well, we're on a different mission now because for whatever reason it won't let me do that ancient one. Not really sure why. I don't know if that's a bug or... I don't know. I'm assuming a bug, because I was doing it 10-20 minutes ago just fine. At least every now and then they put like a tree there, so you can just... It does work out being quite quick when you can do it that way. Donny Weaver, did the devs plagiarise the Brokeback Mountain soundtrack? I don't know. Yeah, I've not seen that one. I saw the tyre took 100 damage, but... a little bit vague on, yeah, is that like a pop tyre? It's not very clear on like it's officially a pop tyre. What's that? Franken truck. You know what that trophy is? I'm sure I read through the trophies, I don't remember seeing that one. Yeah, this bridge being out of line would be fine, but your fucking tyre hooks on it. So it's stupid hitboxes. bridges straight.
Rebel, Scotty, this is a Mudrunner game.
Yeah, pretty much the same thing though, innit?
Like, same company and that, I mean. So, Enterprise, would you explain the requirement of recognise at least 5 unknown points on the map? Thanks.
I believe if you go into binoculars, probably... Yeah, these are too slow as well, for what it's worth. You see, like, I've already discovered that airdrop. But as you look around, it'll highlight things. And if you've not seen them before, it kind of just says you found a new point of interest or something. I'm assuming that's what it is. But again, very unclear. Very weird how this game did such a baby hand-holding tutorial for, like, this is how you accelerate and this is how you brake or whatever. And then they don't even tell you 90% of the stuff in the game. But yeah, even those of us that have played SnowRunner, there's no reason we'd know, like, what half the stuff in the game means. And yeah, it just seemed like an odd thing. Like, none of us needed a tutorial to tell us how to fucking drive. Press the accelerator. But we could have done with a tutorial explaining, yeah, a lot of stuff. But you just kind of have to, yeah, sort of wing it. And well, yeah, like these missions, for example, the first time it didn't tell me anything, and it was like, this one's probably not so bad because at least the circles are on the screen, so you sort of, it won't take too long before you scroll over. But that drone one I did earlier, the first circle, like, none of it was even on the screen, so you just end up with this aerial view, and it's like, well, what does that mean? That must have accessed the drone or something. Oh shit, yeah. Do you know what? I keep doing that in my normal playthrough. I put an anchor down and obviously I still can't start the winch. Basically heading the same way. What I did for that ancient, whatever it is, ancient knowledge or something. For whatever reason it isn't letting me track it. I'll do it again. This is why really I should have a local meet everywhere. Just have to accept. Got a local meet. Save a lot of money on the jack screws and anchors, I know that much. Even in my normal game, he's probably paid for himself already. Just on the amount of stuff I haven't had to spend and buy and the rest of it.
Rebel, it's called Expeditions of SnowRunner game, doesn't say Mudrunner everywhere.
I think mine says Mudrunner, I think. But again, I think it's basically the same, or even if it's not the same company, as in like back when Mudrunner was made, it probably wasn't focused on that, but it's the same guy, I believe. And yeah, the same concept and idea. Like, I think they've just added that onto the end to sort of, not publicity, but you know what I mean? It's like if a game released and said it was like a Grand Theft Auto game, you'd sort of automatically rate it a bit higher, probably give it more of a closer look, just because it's associated to that game. But yeah, like, it's got elements from both games, really. It'd be interesting, like, you know, if you could get this map on SnowRunner, I wonder how it'd play out just, yeah, with, like, it was SnowRunner, basically, just they added this map into it. Sort of maybe heading the right way. Oh, explore the area. Fuck off with these areas. Well, I'm going to attempt the the drone. Touch wood, it doesn't crash the game. I mean, to be fair, it didn't the times that I had to search these areas. It was when I was using the drone, I was just driving around the map. So this is another thing though. It says explore the area, but then it doesn't tell me the zone of, you know, if I could see the big yellow circle that it wants me to scan. So then you go into this and you put a waypoint, but the drone won't, like, it won't move on to the next waypoint. But at least if you know where the first one is, I kind of know where I laid the other ones. But yeah, just, that's another stupid thing that again is like, if someone just played the bloody game for a few hours and realised how you're supposed to know the area that you're scanning, really. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that they need to look at and kind of sort out. It's definitely less polished than SnowRunner was. SnowRunner was actually a pretty, yeah, like polished, complete game when it came out. They seem to have got more bugs in it since, like just with each phase that they had. But you see what I mean now? Like, just the drone's already shit, and they make it even shitter by the fact that it doesn't tell you where to look or anything once you're in the drone. On top of that, like I said the other day, it was blue screening me as well. It's like, Jesus Christ, I can't. I don't think there is a way for them to make me want to hate this drone more than I do. It's shit to fly, undescriptive, and it crashes the game. Get away with that one. Yeah, and then what? I'm going to break my suspension when I land? Yes. See, a lot of SnowRunner vehicles, and it shouldn't be a SnowRunner game, but even Mudrunner is better than this from what I've seen. considering how old Mudrunner is, like, again, there's certain things you can say forgive Mudrunner for, that it's just like was an older game, or it is now. Like, they didn't have the I don't know, you know what I mean, like just the gaming industry kind of advances over the years. Yeah, whereas with this one, there's everything could be done, or not everything, but there's a lot of things in this game that could have been done better, and there's no reason why not. It's just the people making it clearly didn't really pay a lot of attention. Their job was just to make it, not give much of a fuck about it.
Rebel, yeah, Mudrunner is better.
Yeah, I would say that. Although again, like I'm not trying to defend the game or anything. It makes no sense to me. It's just I don't feel like I've played enough of it yet. But yeah, I can already tell. Like, I definitely prefer SnowRunner. But like I say, there are elements in this game that I do think are really good. That, yeah, just of this genre of off-roading, like SnowRunner, Mudrunner, this game kind of. It'll be interesting to see where it goes, kind of in the future. Right. Now can I track? No. I reckon that is just a bug, because, yeah, there's no reason I can think of why it suddenly just won't let me see that mission now. Christ. No game, just stay on it. Why'd you have to make it the size of a fucking pinprick? Over here, or is that just counting that? For that thing? Yeah, which I'm guessing is like a. Well, that mission was called what? Breaking Brad, so. There's an RV in the middle of nowhere, which is a bit of an odd one. I mean, Breaking Bad's obviously a good series and all the rest of it, but. Yeah. Isn't it like a meth lab basically in the middle of nowhere on here now? Right, so what's this mission that it wanted me to bring 3 fucking rangefinders? Can I do that mission? Apparently not. Them in there until I may need them one day. I swear this game is just less clear than it was this time yesterday. Why can I not see those yellow things when I go on the map? Loads of stuff tonight that seems different. I don't know if it's just me, but yeah, I feel like they've done some kind of secret patch where like it won't, your PlayStation or whatever won't force you to like have to update it to play the game again. It just seems to do like a little background tweak. I don't know, something seems a bit different tonight in this game. not done this mission on my normal playthrough, so... looks like I may as well try and go to this one first then. Oh, not that one. And yeah, like these climbs, I think some of them are pretty good. They've been... The climbs feel pretty well fleshed out, as in... They've kind of judged it pretty well on your vehicle is close to not getting up, but for the most part they do climb up without too much like faffing around. You don't really have to put anchors out. And the end result, yeah, just feels like you actually did a good thing. You made it up there. With like, yeah, you've got to sort of aim for the right bit of terrain, get your wheels to hit the right bit and all the rest of it, but probably not driving into a cliff will help. Generous on the high gear, I thought pushing me up a bit too much. Might be all we need. Gonna say, surely should start the engine. I don't know what that said. Sorry, I didn't realise. Oh, fucking hell. I don't know what it says because there's no hint that it's gonna come up on the screen, and I have to keep pressing X to deliver fuel. So I naturally just pressed X as it brought that up. I may as well go and get this airdrop while I'm here. Should have a couple of supplies. Do with getting rid of, like, if you had the option to delete this bumper on this truck, there was the one thing I'd like to change. Just, particularly on this map, the amount of, like, these, like, cliff things you got to drop down is cool, but every vehicle in the game, pretty much, has a big fat protruding bumper that just catches on everything. The engine sounds definitely better though. Mudrunner has great trucks, so I'd love to have some of the those beasts back in SnowRunner. Yeah, true. They should have just put every truck from Mudrunner in SnowRunner. And I wonder if in the future there'll be, since I've already used some trucks from SnowRunner for this, I wonder if we'll see more from SnowRunner in the future. I wouldn't mind seeing like the Dolphin. Would be quite a nice one to see back. Yeah, Bruce would, but I think this map would not go well with Bruce. Not be able to reach that tree. Got optimistic. Yeah, like those climbs, like even that little climb I just did there, they feel pretty well planned out, but then if you're kind of somewhere where they didn't specifically plan you to climb, suddenly you can get stuck on like a rock like that one there that's just above the inventory option. Like your wheel will just sort of get stuck on a rock that size, which again, yeah, with the scale of this map and the amount of Grand Canyoniness going on, yeah, it's a little bit extreme. I wonder, can you actually just go in like half tyres? Will it still moan? I was going to say, one thing is like when you got your tyres fully inflated, they do feel pretty hard versus like they seem to have done that so that when you go down to the low tyre pressures, they obviously behave like pretty squishy, but then yeah, fully inflated, I think they're so rock solid you kind of bounce off stuff. But it appears half pressure, it's not moaning every 2 minutes or 2 seconds, I should say. So yeah, it might be the best option. Oh no, I did see it blip then. Yeah, it's moaning now. It's probably because I got a bit of high speed on the go. Definitely seems less moaning. I'm not taking any damage from it yet, so I don't really care if it flashes red as long as it doesn't keep giving me damage. Then flash red all day long if it wants.
I think I saw some people advertise it as a SnowRunner game.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I know what you mean as well. It's yeah, basically the same thing. It's got a lot of SnowRunner vehicles in it. So they've definitely came directly from SnowRunner.
Rebel, I've driven over
145,000 miles on SnowRunner. That's pretty crazy. How do you have a way of telling? I'd love to know that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy though. I'd love to, yeah, know how many miles I've done on it. A hell of a lot, I should imagine. Again, I'd love to know, like, on individual vehicles, because I've racked up quite a lot just in the loaf alone.
Just indeed. How soon till you get bored of expeditions?
I don't know yet, to be honest. Definitely it's going to be quicker than SnowRunner, but it's funny, it's one of those games where I play it and after a little while it's like, yeah, I'm a bit bored of it or whatever. But then when I've not played it for a bit, or I get up the next day or whatever, you sort of like, there's something about it. I just think, yeah, I'll just have another go on that game. There's elements of it that sort of keep drawing me back. But yeah, there is definitely elements of it that drive me mad. That do feel objectively like poorly thought out. It's a shame, because I don't really feel like it would have taken much effort to figure them out. Are you sure you want to pour 2 litres out of your gas tank? Well, no. So that's probably what it was flashing up then. Right. May as well recover. What, did I have another vehicle there? No. I'm trying to think what would have fuel. Well, I'll just buy a thing if I need to. Hence why glitching a bit of money is nice on this game. Yeah, that thing where it just lunges the menu, that's a gigantic pain in the ass on this game as well. He's gonna have something. Apparently not. Trying to say, is that all fuel then, or is it spare parts? If I get rid of some of them, can I have more fuel?
there. Why is it? Earlier on, I'm sure I was able to hold more fuel. Let's get rid of some spare parts. Now can I have more fuel? Yeah, we can on this one now. Right, 90, 150, whatever. That should get us there. I've run out of quite a lot of stuff tonight. I haven't even run out once. I'm not really planning these missions as well because I'm on the live stream. Again, like that's the admin-y side of it where like you're deploying each time. But I'd rather just kind of click deploy to the map, and then at that point you should have access to more stuff from like your main base. Would yeah, make the flow of the game a little bit better, I reckon. Yeah, I suppose they'll use apparently more fuel as well. Try. Someone did say about not having all-wheel drive on. Let's see how that goes. I don't mind as long as the truck drives. If it's going to be slow as fuck, then I'd rather just pay fuel. So far, still driving along in two-wheel drive. Fuel usage like? Is it the suspension? Yeah, that must have been affecting how much fuel I'm using. $1 in this game for when you run over one of these cactuses. So you've got quite a bit of money. Isn't it like, I don't know if it's those cactuses, isn't there some in America that are like illegal to do anything to them? I didn't like two-wheel drive there. Yeah, well, it was fun while it lasted, but like a four-wheel drive. Rebel, SnowRunner shows how many miles you've driven. Never noticed that. Yeah, same there. It might. Is that like the Steam version or something? Maybe. I don't know if it's possible on the PlayStation. Cool if there was. Yeah, when sitting in the truck, hit down button. It also shows you how much you've made. Oh, fair enough. I'll have to. I'll check it out when I'm on there. See if I can find out. So yeah, if you've done like 145,000, it's like the equivalent to like 4 or 5 times around the world. Or yeah, maybe more than that actually. Just indeed. Did the loaf, is that get an engine boost? What do you mean with the engine boost? At the minute I've only got like, is it? I can't remember if it's the second, it might be the first engine still in it actually. Right, so canisters. Are you sure you want to pour 10 litres out your gas tank? Done. So 1700. Nowhere near what these missions should be paying. Well, yeah, it's a good job there is. money glitches and whatnot. Right. Still not showing up. What's this? New old friends. One area, there's the other one. Again, some kind of north and south and that on this map would be nice. So I may as well go from this location. What have we got there? Goddamn horse. What do we need? Smell an upgrade somewhere. Well, I suppose it could be items and that. Speaking of, it's pretty stocked up. I think there is an upgrade somewhere down there. I'll get it at some point. But yeah, stuff like the other day I did the mission to unlock the snorkel for the load. And then like I say, just when I looked in the managers, there's that minus 100% water damage, and it was like, oh, so snorkels kind of obsolete then. It's a bit of an odd choice. Menu's freezing up a bit. Thankfully, it's only doing it for about a second, but eventually it does get worse, and it will start freezing up for longer. New old friends. So what's this one? Old friends. There's there 3 then, yeah. Oh, we've already visited the first, apparently. Yeah, I don't specifically remember doing that, but cool. Cool, thanks, we'll check that out. Just getting started on the new maps. Is that, yeah, the phase 12 ones. Just Lynch going to bed, see you guys. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your night. Arizona seems way more difficult versus Carpathians. I hate sheer rock. Yeah, like, I think, like, I like the look of the map and all the rest of it, but considering stuff like how much your bumper catches on stuff and all the rest of it, trying to stop me. Do not stop alone. Yeah, there's a bit of a... There's no getting around the amount of cliffs and everything on this map. So I'll get this map done, and I could go and check out that Carpathian one, because yeah, I've not even been on it myself. So I assume that'll get a bit old soon enough. Only because, like, as I'm struggling to climb up that rock, I inherently know the game's made it so I will struggle to climb that rock, just so I have to use their mechanic of lowering the tyre pressures. Which, yeah, there is some elements in this game that just do feel like it's purposely made bad, so you have to use something that they've offered to make it better. My life. That's just I think that's just the mission. That kind of activates. New friends, I guess we're going to be heading that way. Oh yeah, is this the map? Yeah, that pug vehicle
looks like the armoured truck. What outpost is this one? The western outpost. Is like along here somewhere. If you go down here, you have to build a bridge across the river. And then it's just like a little bit further, sort of somewhere around there. It's a pain in the arse to get it back to where you need to though. I'm sort of tempted. I don't know whether to go to the Carpathian map. Or try and rescue that pug thing. Going for a cliff dive loaf. Not that many cliffs on it. Just this many. Good stuff. I'm a goddamn professional. It's overload. See there, like, just forcing you into first. I reckon that would have started in old school SnowRunner, but I do think in the SnowRunner they've made it harsher in like the last year or so than it used to be. Trying to get myself into the habit of raiding those storage things every time. Because I've noticed on this game as well, there's sort of another weird thing in a way. What was it? It was like... yeah, I think it was like taking... I can load like spare parts and fuel into, say, the cargo of the TUZ Action and all that. But then it'll, each time I, oh sorry, if I then use them on the map though, they're gone. And then next time when I load up, I'd have, like, the cargo better be empty and I'd have to refill it with more fuel and spare parts. But then something like the Carpathian, and it'll be the same with other vehicles that with roof racks and that, it's just that's the vehicle. I've got the roof rack unlocked at the minute. Obviously in the roof rack it's got, I can put fuel and spare parts, but then each time I deploy to the map, even if I use them spare parts and all the rest of it, once I recover, the roof rack is still full of spare parts, so like that sort of, once you've filled a roof rack up, it lasts every time you keep going back on the game. The roof rack is automatically full, whereas if I fill the cargo bed with fuel and spare parts, I have to do it like every single time. And yeah, bits like this, I don't mind, but if the bumpers and everything are going to catch, then... yeah, like if I did a winch from the front of the loaf then to this anchor point, it would have just stayed hooked in the terrain. But this sort of feels less authentic and realistic. But I remember doing this last time. It was just... yeah, it'll only hook the bumper, so... winches are a bit weak as well on the... It's the same with SnowRunner. That's another thing that I just wish they'd fix in general. If you're far enough away from the winch, that's why I just moved the winch to the back. You see how it got more power then for like... because it was further away from the winch. Oops, shit, no, there. Another one down. yeah, just stuff like that. It's like, if bumpers didn't catch as much, you could sort of scrape and scuff your way over a lot of these little ridges, but yeah, there's like, now there's another one. See, I think with that tyre pressure thing, what they should do, instead of you having to press down on the D-pad and enter it, and then it does your handbrake, and you sort of lose all your momentum and everything, they should just have, you know, like if you just press down on the D-pad, well, I suppose it could still do all three. I was going to say just have like full tyre pressures and low tyre pressures, but I suppose you could have all three. Just press down on the D-pad and you cycle through them, if you know what I mean. And then it doesn't actually like interrupt your accelerator, and like every time you enter that tyre pressure thing it automatically puts your handbrake on, which is handy because it's now blocking you from driving your vehicle for a second, but it'd be even handier if it just didn't block your vehicle. And yeah, if you just press down on the D-pad and cycle like high, medium, low, and it just keeps going round, high, medium, low, you just press down on the D-pad once for, or if you're in high, like high pressure, press once for medium, twice for low, etc. Like that feels like it'd be, whereas now, yeah, like, lose my momentum, not too bad there, but if I was in high gear on vehicles, now that, you then get out the tyre pressure thing and it says stalling. So the stuff like that, I think they could get a lot smoother. I mean, again, it does feel like all we had to do was ask. Could have given me the game, could have played it for a day and said, yeah, here's a big fat list of things that are terribly designed. Yeah, I think it's similar to SnowRunner. Like when I was driving on then, it kept forcing me back into first gear. I think it's sort of similar to SnowRunner, where there's like pre-coded areas that it's essentially behaving like super mud, so that's why it's now forcing me into first gear. But yeah, as you can see, it's like it isn't muddy. And yeah, that's way like overkill to be forcing us into first gear on terrain like this. Beast. Keep going. He's still started. I'll flick it round. One good thing, yeah. Oh no, and now it's going to bite me. Do you know what? It's the first time it's done it. I normally could turn my wheels when I was on my side, and it's not letting me now. I was just about to say that's one thing I like, that you can still steer your wheels, but apparently not. Weird, I've got it on footage somewhere in one of the clips where I'm on my side and I'm jiggling my wheels, and I was in the loop, I got back to my wheels. So if you can steer, it's a bit like, depending which way you're steering and which way you tipped, if you go between like forward and reverse, you can sort of flick yourself back to your wheels, which was even handier in SnowRunner because we don't have those anchors. But then yeah, back when SnowRunner released, you were able to steer your wheels when you tipped over, but for some reason they patched it out pretty early on, which again I think was a mistake in SnowRunner because there's no reason why you couldn't steer your wheels in real life just because you've tipped over. Again, I've tipped over more tonight than like the entire rest of the time I've been playing this game. remember this. I think I just went around the long way in the end because getting up the cliffs was a bit awkward. Where did I go? So I might have gone around that way. Because there's a tree there and you can winch to it, but again, you just get hooked on the cliffs, so it ended up just not... Like, it wasn't really fun, to be honest. It was like after 5 minutes, I was like, fuck this, just drive around. But yeah, it'd be nice if you could scale more of these cliffs, just because, like, the gaming element, it's fun to sort of attempt it. It's not to be. Although, to its credit, out of any of the vehicles, like the step thing's got a big fat bumper on it, and so's the TUZ. At least the Loaf has got a nice flush bumper. It definitely mostly doesn't catch. On them cliffs it does, but everything seems to. Right. See, there's one of them. Oh, discovered a new airdrop. So that must be one of the. I think that'd count towards one of those unrecognised things. Sean Wright, can you change the time of day like SnowRunner? You can, but I'll do it now. If I access the menu, though, it doesn't tell me anywhere what time of day it is. Which I'm assuming they'll add at some point, but at the minute, I usually do 3 clicks, because 4 will take you right round. 3, in theory, like, normally when it starts getting dark. Well, there you go, that one didn't work, though. Although I don't know what time of day it was, this is what I mean, when I first clicked out of it. But normally, once I'm back reset to this time of day, like later on when it gets a little bit dark, press it 3 times and it usually comes back round to the light. So yeah, whereas like there, I think the TUZ bumper would have got caught, but if you approach at the right angle, that would have got up there as well. But at least the Loaf is, yeah, its bumper is quite flush. I'm assuming as well, like, this map, for example, is like a hell of a lot bigger than SnowRunner, if you know what I mean. Like, these maps do feel pretty massive on this game, I think. I don't think that's a bad thing, I just, yeah, I do think these maps are a lot bigger. That's a bit more like it, at least that paid nearly 10 grand. I don't know if it will have anything, but fucking hell, Alright, you have to use your left analog stick to go to that. So I've pressed left on the analog stick, but just when you let go and it flicks back to the middle, that's when it just kept flicking back over there. But it won't let you do the D-pad to operate that menu. So, Weapon XA. Hey there, Lone Wolf, how's it going, dude? So have you joining us? Donny Weaver, Rebel, I just checked SnowRunner distance travelled. Is that 6,511,405? That's a whopper if it is. Not sure if miles or kilometres, but holy cow, this doesn't count the PTS SnowRunner version, which must be at least half this number. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, that, isn't it? Yeah, I wonder how many miles, like, if you added everyone's... Oh, ancient knowledge. Now it's letting me track it, apparently. Oh, let's get that done then. I don't know why it wasn't for a while. Again, I didn't have that issue on my normal playthrough. Well, I'm calling it my normal playthrough, like my first original one. This is the one in theory. If they release mods, I may get mods like in this version. But yeah, it's nice to keep them separate as well, because like I say, on live streams I'm kind of, not rushing, but I don't necessarily want to sit there for 10 minutes faffing around with menus or all the rest of it, like, yeah, leaving on SnowRunner, like, leave trailers all over the place. Because it's quicker than just keep sort of recovering everything and making it nice and neat. So at least having two separate playthroughs kind of... My first playthrough on this game, up to now at least, like, if I get new tyres for the loaf, I'll sell the old ones and all the rest of it. At some point, I'm sure it'll degenerate into madness and chaos, but until then, I'm trying to keep the maps in the inventory and everything kind of neat. But it would be nice to leave a few loaves scattered around, just because when you come back to the map, I don't know, it's like SnowRunner, I've already got loaves strategically planted all over the place, so if it turns out like, oh, I'd like to go over to this side of the map, there's a very high chance I've already got a load planted there that I can swap to if I need to. Whereas, yeah, no such luck in this game. But on the other side, they have got, like, say, the main base, and then they've got that west outpost, south outpost. I don't know how many outposts are on different maps, but yeah, at least that now you can kind of pick like a third or a quarter of the map that you want to be on, and then you gotta wing it from there. Some of these stupid missions. I didn't even see that first red circle. Again, must have the vision of a T-Rex. I wonder what that T-Rex thought in Jurassic Park. You know where it breaks out the fence, and then that Ian Malcolm guys run into the car, and then Dr. Grant shouts, "Ian, freeze." If Tyrannosaurus Rexes really can't see you when you stop, that T-Rex must have thought Dr. Grant shouting Ian, freeze was like some kind of magic spell, and the T-Rex would have been like, where the fuck did he go? He was right there. And that guy just shouted Ian, freeze, and he's gone. I'd love to know. Someone should interview that T-Rex. Sniffed an upgrade. At least, like, the only thing I don't like about this metal detector, you see how it folds out every time, and then you detect. There is upgrades that way. Do I head that way and look for them? But now, when I click close, I just want to, like, I might want to open the map. It won't let me press any of the buttons until it's finished folding away, which is the same as it does, like, with the radar trailer in SnowRunner, but that's not as bad, because you take the radar trailer out, it's like you're doing your little exploration thing for an hour or two, and you're done. Whereas in this game, like, the metal detector is kind of, I think, supposed to be used throughout the game, more long term. It can smell out upgrades and all sorts, like supplies and everything. So yeah, it's kind of like you're going to be using it sort of constantly, really. I thought he was going to make it all the way. Good. Right, yeah. Well, I'm going to go and do that. Ancient, whatever it is. I can't resist. See, this bit here isn't fleshed out as a climb, and I reckon it's just more severe. Like, the hitboxes on a lot of these rocks are a bit OP, whereas those climbs seem to be a bit more smoothed out. Like this, I think that's just excessive, but let me guess. Yeah. So in other words, yeah, keep using our tyre mechanic. That will then moan and break your vehicle about a second after you've turned it on. Oh, bagged a higher range for the Lodestar, which I don't really use because I don't think it's that good. Maybe when it's fully upgraded, but I've tried it a few times because I really like the Lodestar in SnowRunner. But yeah, not feeling it in this game. For fuck's sake, can we go 2 seconds without tipping, maybe? Number 3 or 2 Rebel, if I'd have added up my miles from the other 6 games I've done, I'd be up there too. Yeah, that's true, the different playthroughs. Yeah, I suppose between my normal playthrough and the mod one. The mod one's probably racked up quite a lot because when I'm making videos, I'm a lot of time like planning the routes and all the rest of it, and then I do the video, and then there's a lot of editing. Whereas I suppose like the live stream is just say 4 hours of pure driving around, and then mods, so they kind of get their foot down a little bit. It's a one-handed rally special one. Yeah, like with some of these ledges you climb up, it's just some look about 2 inches high and you struggle to climb them, and other ones look like a foot high and it will climb them, so you never really know if it's going to go well or not. Definitely go well. It's annoying though, because if the hitboxes on this bridge weren't bulky and clunky, you could drive over it quite smoothly, but you catch your wheels on the corner of that bridge and it kind of automatically tries to jump your wheels off. Smell someone else. Yeah, I was going to at least hit, like, as you can see, the roof rack metal detector thing is glowing white, which tells me there's something nearby. But yeah, now, like, I'm accelerating, but it won't let me. Yeah, you just have to wait for it to fold back every time, which I'm guessing will get old pretty quick. Like I say, it's not as bad with the radar trailer in SnowRunner. But even then, it does get a bit old. I often edit, like, the actual process of the radar trailer unfolding it out of videos, just because, like, if I'm using the trailer 5 or 10 times, it's just a bit of a waste of life. Just watching it unfold. I do like how it all unfolds, like the radar trailer and SnowRunner, though. It's pretty elaborate and fancy, but yeah, it's a bit time wasting after a while. At least like SnowRunner, there's no hitboxes under the loaf or whatever that catch. So he's actually pretty good at like scraping himself over rocks and all the rest of it. And that is one nice thing from
SnowRunner. I've certainly had plenty of practice driving the old loaf around, so... yeah, that side of it definitely feels pretty familiar. Change the time of day again, so in theory, 3 clicks. That did work. So if I do one more, was it too many? No. So that was 4 clicks, so that wasn't even like afternoon time yet. Yeah, I was hooked on that tree. I do need to calm down with them. Well, I don't mind the trees being there, but yeah, they hook onto you a bit violently in this game. Bought SnowRunner the month after it came out, I think May 2020, and discovered SnowRunner a few weeks later. Many fun hours spent.
Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. I made the video on SnowRunner originally was the how to turn your headlights on. And I was going to do other videos on SnowRunner, but I didn't really plan at the time to do like daily videos and all the rest of it, but yeah, between just I don't really like the game, like the loaf, like making the videos anyway, and yeah, here we are, 4 odd years later. Is that rock? Smelt something. Smelt what the rock is cooking. Wants to know about it. Which is like cool, it keeps telling me there's vague upgrades, but then when you turn, like, you go back out the metal detector, it doesn't tell, you know, like, that should now stay highlighted on the map, I think. Because now it doesn't tell me where it is again. I know it was roughly over that direction, although I haven't got a compass or any bearing to really know. But then yeah, I'll have to access the metal detector again and again and again. Like, I think once you've detected something, it should just tell you where it is. Going. That's the problem, trying to read comments. Rebel by choice. Once done with North Carolina, I'm starting another till Phase 13 comes out. Yeah, is that on SnowRunner? Yeah, North Carolina. Which phase was that again? I sort of forget now which, like, all the different, like, the regions. I think that's a more recent one, isn't it? Is that phase... yeah, it might be phase 12. Like, yeah, the metal detector's lighting up again, but if I fire it off, it'll probably just say, like, there's an upgrade, not an upgrade, like an airdrop or something over there, but it's not really that much use, unless you're specifically hunting. Like, it's useful enough for the upgrades, because they are worth, like, specifically hunting. But yeah, the supplies, it's like, just show me on the map where they are once I've detected them. Especially, like, because of the amount of cliffs in this game. I don't know if it'd, like, be easy to sort of... this is a part of the map. Like, say there was an upgrade there, and you've detected it over here, and you're coming around or whatever. It's like, do I go along the top of the cliff? And this isn't the best example, but do I drive along that ledge? Do I drive along that ledge? That ledge? Like, there's so many... yeah, in some places, like 7 or 8 ledges. And it'll just say there's an upgrade over here somewhere, but you don't necessarily know which ledge it's on. until you drive up and realise, yeah, it's not the ledge you're on. So then you've got to drive round again and so on. It'd just be nice if it was a little bit more of a hint. Well, not even a hint, just, yeah, once you've detected it, right. We're running on with fuel. Oh, don't tell me I've run out of fucking fuel now as well. Yeah, this mission's just not meant to get done. What else was I going to do? Because I will just fuck that mission off. For whatever reason, that mission is just jinxed. What else was I going to do? Let's go to the Carpathian. Oh yeah, rescue that pug thing. Which way is the map? So I'm going to go to this one. I probably want these... Did I bring the step? Yeah, I did. Oh, it is there. That's handy. Rarely ever offers me the ability to swap vehicles. The one time I didn't want it to offer me to swap vehicles, it was difficult. Yeah, like this, I mean, the hitbox is too extreme on this gun. Deactivate that mission. See, now I can't even click stop tracking. There is definitely some kind of bug going on with that, which is annoying because now every time I open the map it's going to lunge over to that ancient knowledge thing. I know, I think I used to go this way and just fly off the cliffs, because otherwise it wants you to go around the long ass way. Yeah, I did it once. I don't want to keep going the long ass way. Funny wee bit, yeah, it's fun to restart a new playthrough. Michigan is still one of the best maps. Yeah, it is, like, Michigan definitely still holds up even now. Yeah, is it Black River? That's still definitely among my favourite maps in the game. Done, like, Duncan Bay was an example of like a really nice looking map. Not that Black River isn't nice looking, but I'd say Duncan Bay probably objectively wins the better views in that. But yeah, Black River is just a very well laid out map that kind of can incorporate sort of every vehicle on the map really. It's got like different difficulties of routes depending like which vehicle you've got, which way you go and all the rest of it, but yeah, it is pretty well laid out. Got an upgrade. No backflip this time. I'll just check though, I'm assuming yeah. I need like, I think you can get an autonomous winch on these vehicles, which once I've unlocked them. It's funny, I sort of imagine with this game, like, the difficulty isn't really going to get that much higher because the map is what it is. If anything, the game should get easier because once you unlock stuff... Twin motor for this, that's good. Yeah, once I've got, like, more stuff unlocked, I'm assuming everything will become easier, whereas, yeah, the difficulty... Like I say, the map's already the map, so... I'm sure I did come this way last time. Yeah, I think I just drove along the, drove along here. I'm sure I did. Could have jumped further down there. Might have cliff dived a bit further along, we'll see. It's a bit slow in water as well. Notice that. I mean, this is probably not the best example, but I've driven through some more sane bits of water, and they do seem a little bit Yeah, snail pacey.
Weapon X8 man, I only have 2.7 million travelled.
Yeah, that's definitely a whopper.
I don't mind knowing how far I've travelled now. It's wild how it adds up quick. I've never paid attention to the distance travelled.
No, I don't think I have. I didn't even think... I've wanted to know, like, yeah, with each individual vehicle, but I sort of remember what Rebel's saying, like, where you press down on the D-pad and... yeah, I'll have to check it out. Right. By the way, just throwing it out there, I have been steering right this entire time, but... this is like the world's weakest steering in this truck.
It rarely does a lot. That may be kilometres though, not sure.
And it doesn't specify. Yeah, I'm not sure what it'd count in the game, because it does sort of miles per gallon, doesn't it, or litres per minute, but you can change it to gallons a minute or whatever, so they've kind of got imperial and metric, so yeah, I'm not too sure.
I drove down here in the low for the first time. It was a bit quicker than that.
And you can build a bridge over here, but you can also just drive over the water when you're near there. I'll show you in a second.
Yeah, I think the water was too deep, so I'm tempted at the minute.
Yeah, I don't know if this speed, or lack of, will improve once the, I don't know, maybe if I get better tyres or something, but...
not an express route. Oh, I'm stuck on something. Front bumper is just doing what it does. I would have considered driving around if I'd known it would have been this horrifically slow the entire way, but yeah, it wasn't last time I came this way.
Well, I must have came in this vehicle at some point, so she said, because I'm pretty sure I used this to tow that pump thing.
Yeah, there's like the big way you can build a bridge, but spare parts on the anyway.
Yeah, these trees like there, I'm not even really catching on anything. I'm saying I am. Yeah, well, then tug vehicle.
Cover a bit of the map.
I don't mind these binoculars as bad, because at least you can get somewhere and sort of pan around, but yeah, it's too
slow. It moves that quick is not that bad, but when it thinks it can see anything in the background, it slows it down. But yeah, as you can see, it's just mostly too slow. But other than that, I don't mind the binoculars so much. Right. Yeah, along like here, you'll see it in a minute. There's like two rock ledges that are sort of like, I don't know. It's maybe explaining it pretty badly anyway. It'd be easier just to get there. Yeah, I think they were supposed to make it so you could build a bridge across there, because if you can't build a bridge, I don't really see the point in it existing. And yeah, you see here's an example, like I have to push that vehicle back because it won't reverse on its own. To be fair, I've not got the engine started, but even when I have got the engine started, in fact I think it's worse now. Now the engine is started. If I try and reverse, I think that's when... Oh no, it's not doing it now. So yeah, they've definitely done some kind of patch in the last day or two. But basically, like, when you reverse, that thing would just sit there like it's in first gear and it wouldn't let you push it backwards. Which, obviously in this kind of game, when you're towing this thing back to where you've got it, there's a pretty high chance you're going to need to reverse a bit at some point, just to bump on a rock or whatever. But yeah, it appears they've fixed that, because that wasn't giving me any hassle really then when I was reversing. Next day, well I'm not done, it kind of skipped out a chunk of the BR one and move Stan, still have all of NC to do, but yeah, North Carolina. Oh, there you go. See how I'm reversing against the vehicle, look, and its wheels are just like fighting against me. It doesn't want to go backwards. So yeah, I don't know, I must have just got lucky a minute ago, it did actually roll back. I've got the vehicle, yeah, engine off, so to be honest. Yeah, like that cliff bit, but I'm sure they would, like, see now I've gone past. If you turn the engine off, it then goes into neutral, and it will roll back, but it won't, it's not reversing, obviously, or putting any effort in. So they definitely need that fixing at some point. Steering so shallow. Barely even steering. It's like a 21-point turns in this step vehicle. Yeah, not a major fan of this vehicle. It's just that it's like the biggest one in the game up to now. Like more cargo room and all the rest of it. But when I unlock some other truck, probably ain't going to be using this one again, not unless they fix the steering. Rebel, I've got about 12 contracts and tasks to finish, 11 and a half of 12 to finish. Yeah, I still need, there's quite a lot of sort of little missions that I need to tidy up on my SnowRunner game. When next I'll go back to 10 soon, just need a break. John Henley, just did this mission. You don't need rangefinders. Oh, do you not? Well, saying that, yeah, whatever mission I did, I don't think I ended up using them, did I? Yeah, so basically, if I drive over to that cliff, which I did the first time I grabbed this vehicle, then realise there's no way to build a bridge or anything. In fact, I'll just show you. And then I tried to reverse, and this vehicle was just sat there not letting me reverse. So then you basically end up stuck on this little ledge. Like, yeah, surely it was supposed to add the option. Like, even, I don't think it'd let me put an anchor over there anyway, but even if you could, yeah, it won't let me because I'd have to move off this little ledge I'm on, and it just doesn't let you do that in the game, which I think is a bad design. But even if I could put, like, say I parked another vehicle over on the other side, I think you'd just fall down there. Like, it's no way you're getting your bumper up and over or anything, so yeah, a bit of an odd one, because it's like a bit of scenery. I mean, again, it's a pretty nice view. I may as well fire off the binoculars while I'm here. I wonder if you point them up in the sky, will it just go a bit quicker? A little bit, not enough though. In fact, it should recognise that as something. I wouldn't mind seeing something to demonstrate the finding sort of those unrecognised things. Yeah, so that's basically where I got to at one point with this. And then I decided to try and plan this mission out. I've already got this vehicle now. I've not done the video for it, which is going to be a bit of a long-ass video. Where am I? Yeah. And I've got to take it over here. And if you could get over that cliff, you'd then be on like this piece of land, which should sort of loop round down here, and it'd make sense. But then because you have to sort of go round this way, you end up going all down here and like through the bottom of this valley. Then you've sort of got to go round and up. Yeah, I think there was supposed to be a bridge there. So in the end, I don't know if it's the right way. There doesn't really seem to be any good way taking this vehicle, to be honest. To be honest, a bit of a difficult mission, I think, for what is, in theory, like a bit of an early game mission. But, and obviously we're all going to want to, like, you see a vehicle to unlock, we're going to want to unlock it. But yeah, this mission is a bit of a beast, really, for like one of the early ones. Stupid game just lunges all over the map. Yeah, so that's the route I'm going. That's the route I kind of did on my normal playthrough. And in theory, you can drive around and loop around and drive down that little valley, but I'm pretty certain one of those trees will hook on your vehicle, and yeah, it ended up being a pain, so I'm sending it off here, and we'll see what happens. I tried to do it the proper way, and the game just bit me and punished me for it, so yeah, we'll do it that way. Well, I'll put it down now, but I was going to say, I probably could have fired a winch out to that truck and put that way to get them both back to their wheels. Yeah, I ended up sort of getting stuck trying to turn the corner, then the vehicle got caught on the tree, and it was just like, yeah, great. I sort of got punished really for, I've got no upgrades. We'll see how I can wing it. One thing I've noticed tonight though, the suspension almost seems to, like, even if it's yellow damage, I know I've like, it's on red, but it seems to be
know, it almost looked like it softens the suspension, or even when it was on like the yellow damage. Whereas like SnowRunner, say if you've got 300 suspension health, it doesn't matter if you're on 1 out of 300, it'll still just behave like normal suspension. This game seems to have like, a bit more of a grading to it, where like it's half damaged when it's yellow, but it actually behaves like it's half damaged. Yeah, this is what I noticed last time I driven this thing. It gets hooked on a lot of these rock ledges, which is annoying because I can't switch to the vehicle and drive it. I can't make it reverse. What I found in the end, yeah, make the winch cable as short as you possibly can. Yeah, sort of like forces it to lift the vehicle. Like the front of it kind of follows the back of your truck so closely that it doesn't really get caught on stuff as much. Thinking, do I want to send something down for, what's that? No, is there? I thought there was an airdrop along here somewhere. Yeah, they can change the time of day. This mission is a Breaking Bad rip-off. This map in SnowRunner would have you toting cargo, which would be fantastic, more to do for sure. Yeah, I agree, because like this game there does feel like less purpose to the game. Well, this thing was just going to stay getting stuck a lot, so it's probably going to be quicker. Bring something with repairs. At least this vehicle generally gets its foot down a bit. And yeah, that's what I mean. You can see tonight I've run out of fuel and spare parts, but I would say in general you use a lot more spare parts than the fuel. I'm already fully stocked on that. But yeah, if I use all these, like, supplies on the roof, when I return to the headquarters and whatnot, this vehicle will still have, like, a full roof rack. But yeah, if I spawn, like, spare parts and fuel in the step truck, in the cargo bed, it goes each time. So that's, like, that burns through quite a bit of money, because it's, like, 500 per spare part and fuel or something. All-wheel drive would help. Which is just one of those things where the game doesn't explain it very well, but that's how you could easily burn through, you know, an extra $5 each time you deploy. And yeah, the fact the game doesn't even really explain that. It's kind of an easy way. That's what I sort of spent the first couple of days on this game, not really doing missions. I was just trying to like go through all the different mechanics of the game and was kind of testing them out to see what I could figure out. Tried to see then if as I fire a winch to the tree as I jump off the cliff, it kind of pull my front end a bit straighter, which it half worked, but I've noticed on this game, like in SnowRunner, just that one tree alone, I'd be able to right my vehicle. I found in this game, I don't know why, but you just kind of drag towards the tree, get caught on the branches, and then that's why I just put like that anchor down. It's
in SnowRunner, I'd quite happily like stubbornly persist and all the rest of it, but I tend to find in this game it doesn't really. You just kind of get stuck on the tree, and yeah, you best to just accept you're going to fire out a anchor. Soon burn through these. The game's actually been pretty good at firing the right winch out for me, apart from that time. Maybe it's because I was like over 90 degrees. But yeah, normally it actually fires out the winch like, say if I'm leaning over like the way I just was, it will fire out like the middle winch point at the top of the vehicle. I think it's a lot quicker than whatever way the game wants me to climb down here. Well, the actual proper route down here, just in theory, is like, I think you've got to go sort of all the way down here. It ends up being like round here or something stupid. And then you have to, oh no, there. You have to get up to here and then come around there. And then you go down here, but down there's not too bad. I'm sure one of it, yeah, there is like a bit sketchy anyway. Going back up that way, like for example taking that Pug armoured vehicle, I don't think it'd go too well taking it back up that way. You could try it, but that's why I was sort of looking for other ways, and then I started scouting the map to get it uncovered, and that was then when the drone kept blue screening me. So yeah, there was like not really a lot of progress going on for a day or two there. Rebel, try pulling a ramp flatbed through here and not tipping. Yeah, well, that is true. A ramp flatbed would not do well on this map. I think they'd have to put a mechanic where it like keeps all your cargo properly ratchet strapped to the trailer, even if you fully tip it at that point. Scottish Channel, if you streamers should be paid game testers, and your opinions should matter. I don't think companies even use game testers anymore. If they did, we wouldn't have had so many bad games. Yeah, I think the gaming industry in general is a bit of a shit show these days compared to what it used to be. Like, I think games used to be way more polished and fixed and bug-free and all the rest of it. And I do appreciate, like, these days games in general are more complex. I'm sure the level of graphics and everything going on in this game, it's got to be more complex to program than, say, like Super Mario was back in the day. But that said, there's a lot more, I don't know, like technology and computing power and everything these days versus back in the day. And obviously back in the day they had to test their games, because once they're released, it's kind of released. Whereas these days, because they know they can just patch it, yeah, they get like seriously lazy. But the crazy thing is, they spend millions making the game, millions advertising it, and then they don't even seem to pay like one person and just say, yeah, can you just play the game and give us a basic list of like things that just don't make sense. And I'm sort of in a handy position because doing YouTube, like if someone else, yeah, like Kenneth Russ and that told me about the bug with the money glitch with the tyres. So yeah, I also end up like receiving quite a lot of info from other people via what they've found out as well. So between that, like yeah, I could definitely give them like a big fat list of little things to fix in this game. And it's the same with SnowRunner. SnowRunner's to a lesser degree, but there's definitely like the winches and cranes and that they can do with fixing. But yeah, it is a shame really, because there's loads of things in this game that seem pretty obvious. If they'd just tested it, they would have figured out pretty quickly that that doesn't make sense to do it that way. But yeah, it sort of feels like I said, whoever made it, just their job was to make it, not really play it and enjoy it and get it fleshed out as like the sort of where the menus make the most sense and all the rest of it. They just kind of made it, told their boss they've done it, and yeah, that's sort of it really. They're like leaving it to the rest of us to figure out if it actually makes any sense or not. So it's not very realistic, but I do like front flipping off cliffs. There, so you discovered something. I didn't quite see what it was, but I believe that would count as one of those unrecognised things, which, yeah, I didn't really get at first. Again, it's another thing in the game that just didn't really explain very well. So I just ignored it for a while, like when it was saying bonuses and missions if you find like 5 unrecognised areas or whatever. Right, so that must be a climb. Oh shit, it was back up there, wasn't it? I was supposed to... Can I activate that? Geological analysis. That's the surveys one. That's this one, start tracking. Just because I thought, it's not that it'd be the end of the world, but once I actually get that pug vehicle back there, it probably wouldn't let me drop it off unless the mission is specifically activated. Too many repairs, but I'm going to lend them to the step truck. Right, trade, I think. Change truck. No, I hit the right button one day. Pretty fixed. That all done. Trade a bit more if I can rob a few more spare parts off it. Oh, I don't think I can. Let's get some wheels. Some fuel. More of them. It's annoying that they've made now you hold L1 and press triangle to turn the engine off. Because it used to be diffs or whatever in SnowRunner, so I'm just used to the habit of pressing L1 and triangle. And then yeah, that turns the engine off. Which again, why would they change that? The worst thing is they've changed a lot of things that were button combinations that were very important in SnowRunner, and they've made them pretty useless in this game, like up on the D-pad being first person view. Yeah, this was the bit I got it stuck on last time, and it's like, I can't steer the vehicle or anything, so it's a bit harsh to keep punishing me. And then yeah, now it'll probably tip. It rolled I don't know how many times when I rescued this truck. Camera? What? Back the truck up. And yeah, see, this is just a bit annoying. It's like great. Right, if I could have even made the vehicle zombie winch. Be a start. I'm not liking this step truck. That's right, I might just fuck the mission off. go to the Carpathian. I can't be arsed. Just I did this the other day, trying to get unhooked off that fucking rock.
See, for example, I think that's poor map design for you've got to rescue a truck. You can't drive it or do anything with it. And then, yeah, it gets hooked on everything. And I can't send power to the wheels even if I turn the engine on. Yeah, loads of stuff. So just like that's why I didn't make a video of me rescuing that the other day, was because the video is just, it's not very like fluent. I sort of like it if I'm making a video that it's actually like gonna demonstrate a decent way to do the mission. Whereas yeah, that one felt like a lot of trial and error. But just kind of not trial and error, but sort of winging it. There wasn't really like a sort of solidly completing the mission. It was just kind of like, yeah, keep driving it and pulling it up this rock, and eventually at some point it just bounced up the rock. But I suppose I just kept going until I got sort of a bit lucky, really. Yeah, is this like an example? If I put fuel and spare parts in that cargo sideboard, they will get used up, sort of thing. Like, I won't get them every time. Whereas, yeah, if you've got them in a sideboard, sorry, like a roof rack and that, it sort of reuses them. Right, I've never been on this map, so I don't know what to expect, but we'll have a quick look before I end the live stream. 100 fuel. Yeah, did I get that hydrologist in the end? Is it him? Yeah, minus 100% underwater damage. And yeah, her, what, Zimbabwe Aardvark. That's what I'm calling her. But you see now, like, say I've selected her, I'm doing that on the assumption that I'll find some airdrops and get the materials, and then when you sell them you can cash them in for more if you've hired her. But I haven't deployed to the map yet. I don't even know yet completely if I'm going to find any airdrops. Yeah, do you know what, while I'm on it, you see the suspension? I don't know why it always starts on that menu. Like, just makes more sense. Start on upgrades. That's the one over to the left. You see what I mean? Like, see the suspension lifting up there after you've selected it? This one basically bottoms out, and you can see there's not that much room between the top of the tyre and the fender. But then this one, which is the stock kit, you can see after it's kind of bounced around, it starts lifting up a bit, and there's more clearance between the tyre and the fender. So, yeah, I think there's something wrong with that. It bottoms out at the front. The back's probably not as bad, but there. It's like how the fuel bottoms out vehicles on SnowRunner. But at least that's the back of the vehicle, it bottoms out. This one's the front, and considering the hitbox on the bumper is pretty horrific as well. It's, yeah, they could really do with fixing that sooner rather than later. Rebel would love to be a tester. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool. I must admit, on there's definitely some games that I could think of that if you got like a bit of early access to actually test it, and yeah, just kind of. Again, I'm not even like saying it to be harsh. I just sort of think if that company, if they really did just get some people to test the game or tested it themselves, they surely would come to similar conclusions with some of the way the menus work and all the rest of it. Jack screws, anchors, and an idiot. Did we get an idiot? Oh yeah, I have. I'll just make sure everything's... I think I put a jack screw and an anchor and everything. Oh no.
I don't really need the jack screws, but since it's asking me, like, saying it's part of the mission, I'll do it just in case.
So it'd be nice as well, you know, like, say I'd have to go click on this Cotco Canyon to check if I've put a winch and a jack screw in. When I back up to this menu, you see like the orange box, the Cotco Canyon. They could put just two little symbols in there that show anchors and jack screws. You know, just so you'd sort of know that you've got them without having to specifically click back on each vehicle. That'd probably be quite handy as well. Right, yeah, I've literally never been to this map, so they're all going to the field operation base. Yeah, I have no idea. Never even seen this thumbnail, nothing. But I saw the, like, when I clicked on it, you could sort of see an overview of the map. Yeah, the fact that it's all grassy and all the rest of it kind of piqued my interest yesterday, but I didn't quite have enough time to get on it. But, yeah. That Grand Canyon map is good, but yeah, it's very sort of bouncy, rock-hard terrain. I'm hoping this is a little bit more supple with the ground, so you don't ping off everything. So, I mean, this as well, like, it's the main base and they can't even fit 4 vehicles in without ghosting them all into each other. It's like, how did they not have that worked out? And again, it's not the end of the world. It doesn't like break the game or anything, but pretty kind of poor effort and design, really, isn't it? Well, good news is the ground is looking more familiar to SnowRunner. Some stuff, I don't know what, but run out. I'll wait for Smith some hunt. Something up there. Time yet? How much bush is looking yet? Cat thought he could sneak an extra. I can't even say the name of it, otherwise he'll give me that look. But an extra treat. Yeah, I'm assuming that metal detector, which I think they could do with not doing, how it just detected something there. I believe it's detecting the supplies in the base, which I kind of already know they're there because it's the base. And yeah, every time you spawn it starts there, so I don't think it really needs to tell you them. Because it's not too confusing now, I kind of know, oh, that's the base. But if you were sort of, you know, driving around for an hour or two, sort of lost track of where you are really, and then you do the metal detector and go, oh, there's supplies over there, and then you slowly realise, like, oh, it was the base. I could have just recovered there or whatever. Yeah, definitely, I like the look and feel of this map more already, I reckon. I might, like, I don't dislike that Arizona map, but I might prefer it when I've got some upgrades. So I've got like just bigger tyres, better option of bumpers and all the rest of it. I'm kind of stuck with what the game's given me at the minute. It does make the pace of that Arizona map. They probably should have done it the other way around, made this like, you know, just the second map in the list. I know it doesn't really matter because you can go on all of them, but most of us probably clicked Arizona because it was just the next one along from Little Colorado. Pretty massive square, this one. Not sure why. Rockman back. Don't know why, that was a randomly gigantic square. Discovered a new airdrop. Oh, we can trade. Food tool. Oh, so that's just something to make the game and quartz. Well, I'll take both of them. I don't really know if I need them, but since the game's just brought me here, I'll explore the area. Brace yourselves. It's drone time. Get back. See, already it goes straight back out the drone. It's like, oh yeah, which? Where does it want me to explore? Again, you can only see the first waypoint. Oh. That's a bit of an odd one. Well, I'm going to have to drive back over there because the drone will start moaning. Apparently it's 80-metre limit. And another little bug, but when you hire the right specialist that lets your drone then go up to 280 metres range, it still starts beeping and saying bad signal at like 60 metres, which is obviously set for like when your drone can only go up to 80 metres. Yeah, I'm assuming like in theory the cap should then be raised to like, it shouldn't start beeping until about say 250 metres or whatever, but it starts beeping, yeah, like as if it's the original drone, which is only a pain in the arse because if you can search 280 metres away and it starts beeping after 50, 60 or whatever, the majority of the time you're flying the drone it's just doing this annoying beeping noise because it's telling you there's bad signal. But yeah, in theory you've got the upgraded like the correct manager or whatever. Yeah, so I sort of think like, again, it's not the end of the world, but just it does get a bit tedious when you've been flying the drone around for 10 or 15 minutes and it's just constantly yapping away. Right, well, if I'm just going to explore there, I might not need to use the drone. Because, yeah, if I use the drone, like, you can put waypoints, but, like I say, it won't delete them. In fact, I wonder if this one, if anything will get done with the binoculars. Oh, it did something. Discovered a new client. Deliver back to the base. Yeah, it must have stage completed. Well, there you go. That's a binoculars solved some of that. I don't know if that'll always be viable. Like that last place I scanned in Arizona, there was like a big rock thing in the middle that I sort of flew the drone over. So if I used my binoculars where I was, it wouldn't see behind that big rock thing. So I don't think the binoculars will guaranteed like skip those little drone things, but in this case, yeah, I sort of noticed that the map looked fairly flat. I wasn't sure though if the trees would block the binoculars, but it appears not. Yeah, this map definitely feels a lot more like familiar and SnowRunner-y though. I'd already say I definitely prefer, yeah, this one. Done. Take less than 200 damage. So low can I ever do it. Items sold. I assume, yeah, that quartz must be worth quite a bit of money. Anchors, jack screw, they're all normal. They've probably got a grand or two between all them, probably not even that. So yeah, it's got to be that quartz really. The only way you can sort of test... Oh shit, I pressed square, not circle. Well, I'll deploy back to the map. But you see, just by pressing that, it was my fault. I pressed the wrong button, but I didn't want to return to headquarters or whatever it's called. Load it all back up. Oh, I suppose we can get another one of these missions, so it's not too bad. But yeah, I do wish it would, you know, the last 4 vehicles you used, if it just they were at the top of the list. Yeah, that'd be nice. Well, I didn't even get to like use them, but if you remember, like last time, I put some supplies in there. As you can see, they've gone. And I don't think it even gives you the money, or like at the end of the game when it says items sold, etc. I don't think it even factors them in or cashes them in or anything. So yeah, you can soon lose some money like that. Whereas when I spawn on the map, you spawn, say, like the field operation base, whatever it's called. That has 200 spare parts and whatever. If you just load them onto your vehicle, like say, you get to reuse them every time without actually draining your money. And yeah, it's not too bad at the minute, because if I can use that money bug, that kind of solves that. But for those of you that don't want to use the bug, or you haven't got the Cotco Canyon... Oh yeah, didn't I unlock high range for something? KR4A, is that a loaf engine? I was going to do something and I forgot. Oh yeah. Now, saying that, I don't know, all these might have the high gear. Oh no, I don't know if loaf has high gear yet. Or does it? Yeah. No, it probably doesn't matter then. I've got high range on everything. Right, and again, I'll hire one of these managers. Oh yeah, it just says like it recalculates the amount you're paying for stuff. I think that's everything. Just need a hydrologist, which I've got. Max Johnson, I got the rock crawler suspension for the loaf, and dang, it becomes a god. I want to get that pretty soon. Like, it does looks pretty good. I like the fact that it makes it wider as well, so it should, yeah, make the tippiness a bit less. Which doesn't seem as bad though on this map. It was yeah, that Grand Canyon map is like, just because the terrain's rock solid, it does make you ping around a lot. Scotty Chenoweth, maybe add some rock crawler tyres to the game, might help, especially on smaller vehicles. Yeah, true, I agree with that. That'd be a good one. Weapon XA, I managed to get the poker back using the Lodestar, and my lord, it still wasn't as bad as recovering the Tatra Scout one. Max Johnson, I recovered the Tatra 805 this morning, took 4 hours. Yeah, this game's definitely like slower and longer. Like, the missions are yeah, like say that pug one, I spent I think over a day in the end, basically like scanning the area with drones, just not just the route I was going to take that pug back, but then I sent the loaf down that way to kind of scout the route before I even started towing the vehicle and all sorts. Which, yeah, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, like, it's definitely more involved. Yeah, that can be a good and a bad thing. I think it'll sort of play out in both ways. But yeah, I've noticed, like, it's what would be pretty simple on SnowRunner can take bloody ages on this game. Like I say, in the end, I've got the footage of me rescuing that pug thing, and one, I'm assuming the footage will be a lot longer than an hour, so I'd have to edit it and cut bits out, which I don't really like doing. But yeah, the other thing is, it was just my attempt at it is effectively just winging it myself. Like, I didn't really know which route to go. So it wouldn't really be like an objectively helpful video, really. Like, I couldn't necessarily say, yep, this is the correct way to go. I think the way I did go was, say, like the most correct based on looking at all the other options on the map. There isn't really many good ones. See, again, this map looks more open just because, like, and it's the nature of, like, the Grand Canyon. Obviously there's those, like, step cliffs everywhere, but yeah, they obviously do hinder which routes you can take, so you end up kind of following the lines of the cliffs in that game, so it, in a lot of ways, you're sort of forced to go certain directions. And on this, I'm sure like there'll be, you know, water will be too deep in certain locations and whatnot, but clearly you can like drive around a lot more loosely than you can on that Arizona map. There's clearly plenty more trees as well, like winch points to fly into this map. So another improvement, I think the area the winches cover seems to be bigger in this game, which I think is a good thing. Even some of like the sort of stock winches by comparison seem pretty massive in this game versus like SnowRunner. Fairly strict with that, I think. I haven't unlocked a snorkel playthrough, but again, not that I'll need it at the minute. I've got that guy hired, but take 100% less water damage. Which, yeah, it's like, I sort of, in a way though, I kind of like that that's an option. I do think it's a weird one, because like I say, it sort of makes all the snorkels obsolete. But at the same time, I do quite like it in the sense of, you can actually hire that manager, remove the concept of water damage from the game, and then you can start jumping in rivers and all the rest of it. And yeah, so in a weird way, I do actually like that, but yeah, it just seems like an odd choice for them to make. Like, it'd sort of be like, say, if you made a Gran Turismo game, and then had an option where you could hire someone, I don't know, say it says like now your opponents will be 100% more crap at racing or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's just like something where you kind of build a racing game and then you add a mechanic into it that removes the element of racing almost. Do you know what? Let's see again if we can get away with the binoculars, or at least how much it'll get done. So we're on 40%. Is it going up? It is. That's what she said. Yeah, if only it just rotated quicker, I could live with them. Well, I'm glad that's solved that, because I definitely don't like the through them water sections pretty nicely. Quicker than the like step truck was making it through the one in Arizona. tree. That's why steering, mate. So we're all good. Scanning one. Again though, this one I don't mind, it's those, yeah. Aerial view with the drone's a bit crap. Oh, there's like a little face on that tree stump. Oh, there's a face there as well. There was probably a face on the first one. It was like American Dad, that one. Right, continue. Quartz. Yeah, so you can see in the back of this sideboard now there is those supplies like the fuel and spare parts, but like I say, I could in theory just scavenge them from like that main base I was at. I mean obviously if you want to do like a longer mission, or you know you're going to be out there for a while, say in this truck, yeah, you could grab like extra supplies on top of that, so you've still also got your main base supplies. But for the most part, I just, at first I was thinking, oh, I'll bang a few spare parts and whatnot in. But yeah, it's probably actually a way of like nailing quite a bit of money. I did start to get pretty low on money like the first day of the game, then I found like you can just keep cashing that anchor in and that. Kind of grinding that for couple of hours. I kind of find when I turn this game on each day, before I've even decided what mission I'm going to do and all the rest of it, I just quickly load up Little Colorado and just do a quick run or two, grabbing those anchors and cashing them in. Just, yeah, while I'm even pondering what mission it is I want to do. Glowstone. Checking, apparently I haven't finished the Blades or the Fires part of Ontario. I did do the BR map main stuff. Just tasks on there. Yeah, again, I've got like on nearly every region. I've got like a few sort of leftovers. But added them all up though, there's probably still, yeah, quite a bit to do really. So, particularly, yeah, region 2 or whatever it is, because, yeah, Yukon. That was when mods came out, but also, yeah, the frame rate was just stuttering like mad when that came out. I just didn't really want to stay on that one too long. Automosity, g'day Mr. Lone Wolf, hope all is well. I'm not too bad, cheers dude, how are you doing? Rebel, I'll probably average about around 6 to 7 hours a day playing lately since my surgery. Yeah, that's true. At least it's a it's a good game to sink in a lot of hours into. You can soon, yeah, like several hours just fly by and you don't even really notice it. Oh, so this hasn't got quartz this time. That must have been just for like the mission then. Well, it makes it less lucrative. It'd work on this truck. When you reverse, like in SnowRunner, some trucks sort of skid their front end around, but that one was having none of it. I don't know if the Action does in SnowRunner though, to be fair. Unsuccessful geoanalysis. Is that not from Arizona? Just out of curiosity if I start tracking it. Yeah. So I'm assuming that's a bug, because that's like in a different region. Well, if I've unlocked that outpost, make life a bit quicker. Side of a cliff. Where trucks dare not tread. Sure, I'm going to do that because I can't remember which item, but I remember either looking through the vehicles or the upgrades. I remember that being a mission I wanted to do, so it must unlock something that I wanted. But that's as far as I can remember. Deliver a tourist truck to the camp. I knew that sideboard was going to do that. See it. Very nice. But I knew. This game does have a habit. If you turn left, you go right. If you turn right, you go left. Derek Llewellyn, hey SnowRunner from chat, how's it going, dude? We just confirmed distance travelled in SnowRunner is either kilometres or miles depending on your game's settings, set either metres, litres, gallons, miles. In my case it was metric, which I left it at default. I'm trying to think, what's mine? Yeah, mine's litres a minute, I think, isn't it? Which I think, yeah, was what it was on. If it was on gallons a mile or whatever it was, I probably would have used that at first, but I remember at some point, I think I did swap it at one point, and then loads of people were asking me, like, how have you got that many litres or whatever, or, yeah, or they were on gallons and they thought mine was set to gallons, so they're wondering, like, mine was on litres, sorry, and they're wondering how I've got, like, 80 gallons. So it was a vehicle. Oh, is this one in the thumbnail? So is it a car marshal then, not a Jeep on the thumbnail? I never even really thought about it. I think it was just like the shape of the front bumper on that truck. Not the front bumper, sorry, like the bonnet and all the rest of it. Yeah, I didn't even really think about it much, I just thought Jeep. At least to be fair, this vehicle's like an easier rescue, because obviously that armoured truck is like, it's a fat heavy thing because it's an armoured truck. So yeah, already I'd probably say this would be the more logical, like, next, well, really the first map to start, other than Little Colorado, but that's kind of a little test map, really. Menu's freezing up. Coming up to bit stuff going back around this way. Yeah, 4 hours, but at some point soon it's gonna. I'll just go to open the menu. Like, I think that's how last week's live stream ended, where I basically just got stuck on the menu. Like, it sort of froze up. Which normally, yeah, I've been. Like, I just quit and reload the game, but obviously on the live stream I can't do that because then the live stream. So again, that vehicle's not reversing, but because it just doesn't weigh what that armoured truck does. Easier just to
push the truck backwards. I'm not going to do it tonight, but I've not even tried yet jumping in a load into one of these sideboards as well. I need to try that at some point. Distance travelled in SnowRunner is in stat screen, and I believe it's measured in meters travelling, not mileage. Ooh, shit. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. Automatically, trusty old loaf, always reliable, it certainly is. Definitely worth getting yourself a loaf in this game as well. So once it's fully upgraded, it should feel more like SnowRunner loaf. But yeah, it's definitely loafy. Like, they've not just completely, say, like, it's a completely different vehicle and they've just skinned it as, like, to look like a loaf. It does actually feel like, basically like the loaf does in SnowRunner. Truck saved, tourists are happy, well as happy as they can be with the broken vehicle. Hopefully they've learned something through all of this. Probably not. New specialist, mechanic, Michelle, Red Rock. 30% or minus 30% supplies consumption. So I wonder what that means then. Like, 30% less supplies consumption. So say I had 50 damage on my vehicle. Is that going to cost me 35? Is it minus 30%? I don't know. Minus 15% damage, except wheels, and minus 15% consumption. So I assume that's like your litres per minute and all that. Oh, the vehicle vanished. Yeah, sunken treasures, that was one we were going to do. Looks like the kind of mountain loaf likes to climb. Where is he? Oh, fucking hell, man. It annoys me that... Look, where's... I don't even know where the game is trying to lunge the map all the time. No, I'd say that. By detecting the supplies at the base. Yeah. Again, I don't need to know that. Well, I already know that. Looks pretty tricky. Sunken treasures. Thought we were going to be going into water. Especially, well, I suppose it's a mission, I was going to say, it forced me to hire a hydrologist. I see trees. Be able to get that one up there. Well, I mean, we will. A few more winches before we get there. Right, rear winch is probably the way to go. Yeah, I think we go endlessly scrolling through winch points. Miss that. Scrapes me off this tree. Nope, I'm wiggling around it. It's still going up.
What's that one over there? It's supposed to be like just, just off. It's such a stupid menu to access the winch, it really is. And it's the same as in SnowRunner, but they could do with fixing it. Handbrake anytime this fucking year. Say like I was winched to that tree, if I want to swap my winch point, I then can't winch to that tree because I'm already winched to it, but I think that's just a bit stupid. Like, for example, say if I was winched from the front of my vehicle, I may want to switch the winch point to be the right of my vehicle or left or whatever. Yeah, but it won't let me because it just won't let you winch to the same tree, which, like, as I say, they've carried that over from SnowRunner, and it's a shame. I just think it'd be more sort of fun, really. Yeah, it'd open up like more options. Right. Hit backload and then prop on that tree. No. One day we'll get there. This winch turn that way so I can drive. Instead of scraping myself at the rock. Do it now. It'd be handy to swap, like, say to the left of my vehicle, the winch point. Which now I suppose I can, but only because I'm rolled. Kind of bug going on because it wasn't turning the winch off. At this point, I was curious how far, yeah, will it let me put an anchor? Oh, it's being a wanker. Why can I not go further up? Well, whatever restrictions it is on these anchors, they're a bit annoying. Like I say, it won't let you put them over the ledge of a cliff and all sorts of stuff. But like, do with calming down a little bit with it. You can bet if I was in a location like this and I had anchors and the only good place was for the anchor to be in a rock, it would be in that rock. I would hammer it in there. Yeah, well, I'm guessing this isn't the right route, so it's a bit of a fucking annoying route if it is. Should be able to get that anchor to the top, but it won't for whatever reason. Okay, if you didn't have to enter this stupid menu every time, it would help. Right, handbrake. Winch. I don't think the game's got it. Still can't reach that tree, even though it's clearly within the area this time. So I've just had to waste 3 of these when one would have worked based on the distance. So look, I can't go up that stupid little rock. Yeah, it's definitely just, that's another bad design thing.
damage to that tree now. Finally found it. Yeah, it's solid, hopefully. Right.
Like now, if I wanted to swap, yeah, just the winch point on my loaf, but to the same tree, it wouldn't let me. The winch is getting weaker once they're just that short. I don't know why, but it is what it is. I mean, at least you can place like an anchor like that, and it'll let you sort of attach to that before it releases off the previous thing you were on. But yeah, this bit could have just been done a lot quicker. For example, if it just let me put an anchor point like as far as I can reach. Get up the fucking hill here. Whatever route up here, I'm guessing the route I took is not the right one. It's quite a good cliff to jump off though. It's with a small one, that one. That's what she said about someone else. Bad luck. I don't like that you can just miss it on the side that's like, yeah, shouldn't really be like that. Looks like it's all the way over to the right, but apparently you can get it in the tiny little gap that's even further over to the right. See? And let's be honest, what are the chances of me hitting the exact spot twice? That's what I said. Yeah, not a lot, I would argue. You can say I'll just hit it early, see what happens. Rebel, have a good morning, Wolf. I appreciate it, dude. Scotty Chenoweth, I'm at 75,000, haven't left Black River, so I'm pretty sure it's measured in meters, not miles. Yeah, true. That is a fair point. Yeah, I must admit, if people are on like 6.5 million as well, it's got to be meters. 6.5 million miles is like driving to the moon and back about. I think it's 250,000 miles to the moon. So 500,000 there and back. So yeah, it'd be like going to the moon and back 13 times. Lets me go over there. Well, it is cliff diving time. Brace yourself, though. It's a good one. What the hell? Look, I'm professional. He somehow bounce and just flip back to his wheels halfway up the cliff. I don't even know how he did that, but he did. See, look, he doesn't. He's rolling along, not taking damage. Alright, he's a goddamn professional. You can cover some serious ground on this game just by launching yourself off cliffs. I actually think it's a new way to travel. Buried in the ground, and they popped out. Yeah, so far the only vehicle I got stuck in the ground is, like I said, when I used one of them jack screws, it just kind of spawned me slammed into the ground and I was stuck there. Jeez, it likes these scanning missions. Because they're getting pretty small. Oh, I fucked it, I even know I did. I'm lucky. Nailed it. Explore the sinkhole. Definitely what she said. Yeah, you got more chance of just firing off a winch in this map versus that Arizona one. There is a few dead trees laying on the ground, but generally speaking, you just randomly fire a winch out. I didn't know there was anything to winch to there. It didn't even matter if there was or wasn't. I'm pretty certain the load would have got up there anyway, but just SnowRunner habit, like, just fire a winch out ahead, grab onto something. Gives you a little boost. Why not? See, again, that's why I like the loaf, even in this game. Shit. What item do we need? It just says items. Going on, portable rig. Which, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to have to recover to the headquarters. Unless, is this my main base? I'll see if I can build anything here, but I'm pretty sure I did look last time because I sort of found the same issue. Which basically, if it's going to make me recover, did I just recover the loaf? Oh, well, I wasn't supposed to. I just wanted to change to my base thing. Well, I suppose it don't matter. Can't get one from there. Is there anywhere I can build these module things? Yeah, so none of them have got... Oh, hang on. A store. This one's got some stuff. It's got a portable rig. I'm assuming it has, yeah. No, not enough space. No, they're going to want me to have a cargo thing. Action. Right, I'll probably get this one done and then I'll recover. Yeah. Okay. I'll definitely, yeah, I'm more looking forward to kind of checking this map out more, like. Rebel, I'm in Scandinavia and 145,000. I'll check again. Maybe it's 14 million. Derek Llewellyn, your distance travels goes by whatever you have set it as. So we don't even have any of that in this game, do we? Like that sort of menu you can bring up on the SnowRunner when you press it down on the D-pad. Yeah, have a tyre pressure gauge. Rebel, my eyesight has got worse since my diabetes. Yeah, I think I was thinking to myself earlier, like, hopefully not for the same reason, but yeah, I think my eyesight is definitely not doing too great either.
XA, so that means mine is 2.7 million miles.
I reckon, yeah, it's got to be meters. Or maybe feet if you've got it like in miles or something. Looking at the data obtained, why do they make this writing so tiny? It is difficult not to see the signs of industrial influence, aggravating erosion and causing the destruction of karst. I appreciate your help, even though it's bad news. Is it? Not sure what was bad news, but apparently it's bad. Oh yeah, someone said as well in the update they're going to be doing, the ability to honk your horn will be back in the game, so yeah, at least that's good, because I've been missing the horn. It's pretty bad not having that. So 23 grand, at least we made a bit of dough on this one. Stoneface, where trucks dare not tread, sunken treasures, and then just items sold. Which you can see how it's 23,472. That's because I've used some of the jack screws. In theory. Let's see, that should now change it, yeah, to a nice round 23280. I don't even care if it costs me a bit extra. I mean, my money's not rounded off anyway, I've just seen it ends on 4, but yeah. I like to keep it like rounded in the tens. So I'll gladly waste anchors and that for that. Scotty, I could be mistaken about the distance, but I'm at 75,000 and I'm level 6 in Black River, unless it is a total from previous game save because I had to start over for a corrupt mod. Yeah, no, I still reckon it's meters would probably make a lot of sense, because then 75, say that would basically be 75 kilometers, wouldn't it? Which sounds about right if you've been driving around Black River. Meta Baron, so there's no cargo at all in Expeditions. Well, certainly not as much, but like that last mission I just did, I had to get that portable rig, so it's sort of that, like, I'm assuming missions later in the game might want me, like earlier there was one that in theory said you need 3 rangefinders, but it didn't seem to actually ask me for them. But yeah, like, I'm assuming, you know, there might be a mission that wants you to take 4 of those portable rigs or something. But yeah, certainly not like anywhere near to the same degree that SnowRunner has cargo. Scotty, it's scaled to 1,000th of a mile or in meters. Those are the only 2 distance measurements I've found in my research. I'm thinking meters because it's a European developer. Yeah, I'd imagine. Rebel, free roam trailers. What's that on you say like you should get trailers on this game? It would be good. Scotty Channel, T-Rex, like Jonathan Wass. T-Rex had excellent vision. That movie got a lot of things wrong. Did it? I still... The day I ever see a T-Rex, I'm going to stand still and hope for the best. That is my plan. Plan B is run like fuck. So I'm hoping I don't have to get that one. But yeah, to be fair, I must admit, I always thought, like, just... It doesn't really make sense that the T-Rex couldn't see something when it's not moving, because... Well, yeah, was it going to not see a tree and walk into it because the tree's not moving? But I probably would try and stand still if I was just walking along and a T-Rex popped out. As useless as it may be. Weapon XA, there is, but small and stays covered in the bed, so you don't really load it, etc. Yeah, that's it really. Like, you certainly don't have the cranes. You can't flip the cargo and it'll like fall out your sideboard or whatever. I love SnowRunner, but I have so many mods that my game takes 6 minutes per load. Yeah, mine's getting pretty long now. Like, you're talking probably a good 3 or 4 minutes, I think. And I don't even have like that many mods really compared to some people. Well, to load a game, I should say, yeah.
Rebel can take a wee while, it loads. It certainly does. Joe Russell, first time watching any expedition content. Is that an amateur loaf you got there? It is. He certainly needs a bit of loaf training, and he needs, yeah, his full upgrades, which I'll be working on. Rebel, North Carolina is 12. Oh no, sorry, I missed one here. SnowRunner maps, Scotty Chunworth, are 2 kilometres by 2 kilometres in scale, so mileage would be in metres. So if you've travelled 6 million metres, you would have roughly done 6,000 kilometres. Which, yeah, probably sounds about right, because 6,000 kilometres is still a fucking massive distance, really, like when you consider how slow the vehicles are by comparison. Like, obviously 6,000 kilometres wouldn't be that hard to do in Gran Turismo, because you can go 250 mile an hour and that, but yeah, in SnowRunner, that's still a good old trek. JV, use block, but I can't talk tonight. Do you know what, it's because I did go sleep a little bit earlier, but I haven't been asleep since about Thursday, so apart from like a couple of hours earlier, so I do feel pretty tired. I don't know why, I just couldn't sleep, and then I realised it was Saturday earlier, and I was like, what the fuck, what happened to Thursday and Friday? Yeah, use binoculars to find airdrops fuel. Yeah, cheers, I think they do help with that. I think as well, yeah, using them to scan the areas is pretty handy. Scotty, some maps are bigger than others. That is general stat for Michigan, but these maps are scaled to make them playable, so 2 kilometres may not be every map, however it is measured in metres. Yeah, I wonder how many metres like these maps are. In fact, I suppose quickly there would be, because you're still able to put a marker down, so I should be able to see how far across it is. No, I'll just take loaf and the Action thing. Preferably a base that's nearest to the corner. That one's not bad. That would be the field operation base that it never starts at. Scotty, Michigan is brutal for first time players. Some maps after Michigan are easier while others are harder, but it's a rough map for a start of the game until you get to know the map. Michigan, I didn't think Michigan was too bad. I think Tamir is definitely pretty brutal. For like when you're stuck in the game, it probably wouldn't be too bad now by comparison. But yeah, it's certainly not a walk in the park. There is easier maps, I would say, on the game. And yeah, I think the big thing is like Michigan, because you're stopped, that really you do feel it at that point. Rebel, Wolf, what's your weather like? Do you know what? Earlier, I think it might have been pissing it down, because I heard it sounded like tapping. Yeah, it's rained. Yeah, it must have been hitting my window. I could hear loads of tapping noises, and I assume it was that. Cherry 34, thumbs up. Scotty, can you retrieve the anchors or are they permanently placed? There's like two different sorts. Mainly it seems to be ones that you just plant in the ground and then that's it. Once you've planted it, you can't recover it. But on that little Colorado map, like one of the first things you can get is an anchor that's like recoverable, plus one of the trophies for this game says like recover an anchor 100 times. You know what, fuck it, we can probably just work it out. $2,243. So it's obviously, like, well that was sort of diagonal. 1,482, so it's probably, yeah, this is probably 2x2 as well. Definitely feels a lot bigger than that. Yeah, well, to be honest, I don't really need to drive there at that point. I'm not
doing a mission, I just thought, yeah, I want to see how big the map was. It probably is 2x2 then, because I'm not at the edge of the map, but if that was 1,500 meters away, I'm guessing, yeah, it's about 500 meters to the edge of the map. Yeah, Scott, there is a recover banker, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, same here, other than you can get it in Little Colorado, but that, like, that map's sort of done pretty quickly. I've not found one on Arizona, and then, yeah, that Carpathians map I've only been on tonight. Scotty Chenoweth, I watched the F1 race today, and it had 4 Brits in the top 10 for the first time in like 20 years. Russell, Hamilton, Bearman and Norris. I thought that was pretty cool. Are you an F1 fan? Not so much anymore. I used to when I was younger. I sort of missed the sound of the V12s and the V10s as well, particularly. Yeah, I don't dislike it. I like sort of racing and all that sort in general. But I don't really watch it or anything. But yeah, I wouldn't say like I'm not a fan, because I just, yeah, like racing and that in general. But at the same time, I kind of, yeah, I've heard, obviously I know like of Hamilton and all that, but I wouldn't be able to tell you the vast majority of like the newest F1 drivers, or yeah, just any of that. I wouldn't even know really what teams are going anymore. I assume Ferrari is still in there moaning about everything. I prefer the SnowRunner garage with truck slots, and all I have to do is scroll left or right to choose my truck. Yeah, I agree with that. It's a lot of faffing around in this game, really. It's just, yeah, extra, sort of, like say, if you could deploy to your garage, and then you could open up a menu to deploy a vehicle or whatever, it probably wouldn't be as bad. But the fact you have to keep loading back to this main screen each time is, yeah, just sort of a long way around it. Again, it, like, the people developing this game, if they knew in their head they were going to sink 1,000 hours into this game, which by comparison I've sank probably 5 or 10,000 into SnowRunner, you just wouldn't lay this game out the way they have, because it doesn't play out well long term. Like, it's not too bad at the minute. If you knew you were just going to play this game for 10 hours, you wouldn't really care that it's sort of badly designed, because you know you'll just be done soon. But I already know when you go to enter the winch menu or whatever on here, yeah, I more roll my eyes knowing like, ugh, that is going to be a pain in the arse this month, next month, autumn, winter, next year, etc. If you know what I mean. Like, if you carried on playing the game, it's just, you know that it's like long term just a bad sort of design choice, really. Robertovs, I'm not quite on board with this new game yet. I still want to finish SnowRunner though, but I've been playing another game for the time being. Yeah, I do like this game, and there's elements of it I am enjoying, but yeah, there's elements of it where it's just like, why? Why did you have to change the SnowRunner formula? Like, say it works, I said it the other week, but yeah, similar to the Cloverfield film, where everyone just wants them to make Cloverfield 2, and then they keep making Cloverfield Paradox, 10 Cloverfield Lane, fucking this, that, and everything, and it's like, just make Cloverfield 2, that's what everyone wants. And it's weird that they won't. Robtops, this area looks more attractive than the first videos I saw. It just seemed like you were driving around on Mars with nothing but rocks and wasteland. I agree with that. Like, yeah, Mars springs to mind as well, but there's just, yeah, there's not enough on that Grand Canyon map. Like, even if there was just random houses, even if you didn't do anything with them, just for some kind of map scenery. But yeah, it's a very, very good looking map, I do think, though. Like, there's a few places where I've either flown the drone or got the binoculars out, and it is like, yeah, damn, this is a bloody good looking map. But yeah, you're right, there's just not enough going on there, really. This, yeah, that Carpathians is a way better looking map, feels much better to drive. I would definitely recommend, yeah, doing that one, Carpathians. I probably will now move over to that myself, and I might just go back to Arizona, like, later when I've got better trucks and all the rest of it, because, yeah, well, I think within that Arizona there is, like, if I click on it, there's these, like, the Sonoran Desert, which I'm assuming is going to look pretty much the same. That, what is it, Wawee Bay or something, and then this Cocano. Yeah, they're different maps, but you can sort of see from, like, towards the right of the screen where it shows you an aerial view of the map. It looks pretty Mars-like. That one looks pretty Mars-like, and then they've got water, but yeah, that one, like, damn, SnowRunner Desert. Which looks like, yeah, there's not a lot of variety, whereas obviously this one you can see on the map, there's loads of, just the fact that it's green and you know there's loads of trees and more stuff going on. Let's show me these ones. Yeah, that looks pretty green. Pretty green. But again, that does mean more scenery. Yeah, so that's what I might be doing, is just moving over to them, I reckon. Servant of Christ, thanks for the stream. I hope you have a good week. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. You too. And yeah, I'll get to making some more videos. Scotty Channel, if this map looks more like a SnowRunner map, add something like this to the game would be a lot of fun. Yeah, I think the just to try it out would be nice. Just to have, again, first impressions. That Carpathians map I do like a lot. But even the Arizona, the Grand Canyon map, would be an interesting one to use in SnowRunner, because I've already got all the vehicles and blah blah blah. Like, I'd be a lot more familiar with sort of driving around and all the rest of it. It'd be interesting to see what it'd play out like in SnowRunner. Joan Tottenham, hi there, how is the game compared to SnowRunner? Again, it's got good elements, some elements have improved. Overall, I'd definitely say SnowRunner is the better game, but SnowRunner is a bloody good game. There's a lot of other games that I like that are not as good as SnowRunner, if that makes sense. Like, SnowRunner for me is up there as, like, just the concept of the game and all the rest of it I really like. Yeah, it's up there with stuff like, again, I suppose Gran Turismo is just the general racing genre. Grand Theft Auto is the general kind of open world, yeah, running around, shooting people, that kind of mad stuff. And then SnowRunner is kind of like off-roading out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, so SnowRunner was always going to be nigh on impossible to beat anyway. But there is definitely elements of this game that, yeah, they've got sloppy on, really, when, like, just the way it's been laid out. But at the same time, I don't think it's a complete waste of money, and if you really do like SnowRunner, and you put a lot of time into SnowRunner, and you like the off-roading aspect of it, then I could imagine, yeah, this game is like, it's SnowRunner, but it's more, like, sort of, yeah, nuanced. Like, the off-roading's a lot more serious and all the rest of it. By comparison, I'm sure when I go back to SnowRunner, I'll feel like I'm flying around all over the place, going like, bloody hell, this game's rapid. Whereas, yeah, it's probably good in a way, because it'll probably readjust my sort of perception of how slow it is sometimes on SnowRunner. Weapon XA, gotta hit the sack. Good night all, and good night to LoneWolf. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in, and yeah, I'm gonna just about call it a day myself. Scott Chenoweth, Starfield and Skull and Bones and this game are prime examples of why devs need game testers. Yeah, I've not played that Starfield or Skull and Bones, but the Skull and Bones in particular, I've seen a video on, I think it was Brillinia, a little while back, said about they were getting it, so I said I'll type it in and have a look. And the video that came up was a comparison between basically that game and, what was it, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And yeah, it's pretty crazy. I've not played that Assassin's Creed Black Flag, but that does look like a good game just from the footage I've seen and all the rest of it. Just the way things worked in Black Flag do seem better than this Skull and Bones. Like, is it on that Skull and Bones you can't swim or something? Which seems stupid for a pirate game. But then it was like, yeah, they showed you on Black Flag, like, as you're running along and you bump into people, they kind of get bumped out of the way and sort of say something, whereas on that newer game, it's just, yeah, kind of you run into them and I don't think anything happens, and all the rest of it, and you can just tell it's like, yeah, considering isn't it the same company or something, so it's like, you could have even poached off the back of their own, like, the Black Flag game in a way, and took elements from that. I suppose it's a little bit like this game. It's like the fact that you'd imagine this game came before SnowRunner and then they made SnowRunner, whereas this feels like a step down or a step back, really, compared to SnowRunner, when it's like, really, how did you drop the ball on that one? Because you had you have access to SnowRunner, you were able to use all the vehicles, so apart from there's probably 1 or 2 new ones, but yeah, it was like, they pretty much had it there, where you just got to tap it in to the goal. And again, there is things I really do like in this game that I'm looking forward to seeing generally incorporated into the world of SnowRunner, but yeah, there's a lot of things that they do, like games are messing up by not using testers. And on top of that, when say testers, it shouldn't be like the CEO's son and daughter or something. No offense to them, but it is, pick just some regular people. Like, yeah, instead of picking someone that'll be like, or picking someone that's heavily invested in the company, so they're never going to say, oh, it's bad. They're just going to be like yes men in a way and go, yep, this is great. They need someone who's just going to say, look, no offense, but your drone's a bag of shit. And that's, yeah, fix your drone. Like, it's useless. Scotty Chenoweth, you can't leave the ship unless you're in a mission. Robotovs, did you play Assassin's Creed Odyssey? That's my favourite one. I've not. I never really played the Assassin's Creed games. I think I had to go on around a mate's house or something, but again, not really like paying attention to it or anything. It's just one of them that it wasn't that I didn't want to get it. I suppose just when I was that age and that like money, and I picked the games I picked, and yeah, it was just one of them. I just never got into the whole franchise really. But again, I've heard they're good games and all the rest of it. It's one of them that is probably on the list one day. I'll have a go on it. Black Flag is the absolute best pirate game out, hands down. In Black Flag, you can leave the ship and explore all you want. Yeah, like I say, the comparison video I watched, it was like, yeah, wow, that's... Black Flag looks fucking great. And that Skull and Bones didn't look terrible, but people had a very good point. It's like, Black Flag was made 11 odd years ago, or whatever it was, and this Skull and Bones is like, yeah, today's day and age, and it's... Yeah, Black Flag is clearly a superior game, and it's like, that shouldn't really be the case, because that was made 11 years ago. Without the benefit of, like, yeah, they could have just copied Black Flag, and they would have had a better game, by the looks of it, from what I've sort of seen and heard. Robotovs, I attempted to play Black Flag after I had already started out with the newer ones, and unfortunately I didn't quite appreciate it in a way perhaps I should have. That's the worry sometimes of going back to some older games, but if you've already played the games, there's like a sense of nostalgia sort of patches that up. But I know what you mean. There's games that I can't think really off the top of my head, but there's games I've always wanted to play. But then, yeah, if you think about it now, they'll probably feel quite dated by comparison. But if you have that nostalgia, like I could play the original Destruction Derby. Like, the graphics are, the cars, you know, look like little squares driving around by comparison. They're made up of about, like, 4 pixels for the whole car. But, absolutely love that game, and yeah, nostalgia value will just... I will always enjoy that game, even though it's dated as hell. Yeah, I'll probably call it a day there, because my voice is about going as well. Yeah, cat's pacing around, he wants to eat something. But yeah, I appreciate everyone popping in, and... Well, like I say, I do like this Carpathians more, so that is good news, because I was getting a bit, yeah, like, orange, deserted map overload with that one. But yeah, at least there's a bit more to explore on that. Yeah, I'll crack on with the videos, like, as quick as I can get them out. Again, it was like that Arizona, between blue screening me and it taking bloody ages to get that armoured truck. I didn't get a lot of footage really last week, but yeah, I'll try and get onto it a bit more. And yeah, like I say, cheers everyone for popping in. Enjoy the rest of your morning, evening, afternoons, whatever it is, whatever time it is where you are. And yeah, I'll be back soon. Derek Wallen, have a good morning, Mr. Lone Wolf. I appreciate it, dude. You too. Yeah, cheers to everyone. And yeah, I'll be back. And get yourself a loaf, of course.